Sorry. You timed that perfectly. My daughter just called. Let me turn. I do know how to turn this off, you guys.
Sounded like an ice cream commercial.
Yeah. All right. So there we go. So welcome to our city council meeting, starting off smoothly as usual during COVID and Zoom meetings. And we're very pleased that people are able to join us on Zoom and Facebook and through AMP. In a moment, we're going to ask our very capable assistant city manager just to lay out the rules of how you can participate and how we conduct our meetings as a result of Governor Newsom's executive order. Then we'll go ahead and start our meeting. So now with that, would you please give your usual fine introduction?
No, thank you, Mayor Roberson. We're doing a little bit of cross-training today. So our member of our city clerk's office staff, MK Salome, will be giving the instructions and running public comment during the 4 o'clock session today. MK.
All right, MK, good.
All right, so there are 2 ways to participate in city council meetings. One is joining directly on Zoom.gov using the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device. And the second method is to join by calling into the meeting. The easiest way to join is through the Zoom app because there is no lag time. To join the meeting on Zoom on your computer, smartphone, or telephone, use the link or phone number on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. Since the meeting has already begun, you'll find the agenda under the Recent tab. To join by telephone, dial toll-free 833-568-8864, then enter meeting ID 160-772-9333#. And if you are prompted to enter a participant ID, press pound. Detailed instructions on using Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. To make a public comment, raise your hand using the Zoom app, or if you are connected to Zoom by phone, dial *9 on the phone to raise your hand, and then *6 to unmute yourself. Public commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak. When called upon, you must dial *6 to unmute yourself. We ask that public commenters please turn off their television or computer speakers or go to another room while connected by phone, as any background noise will cause interference with the broadcast. I will call on each public speaker in the order of their hands raised. The mayor has designated a time limit for today's meeting with a countdown timer shown on the screen. If you are connected live on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. Please stay within your time limit so that I do not have to cut off your comment. This meeting is also streamed live on youtube.com/City of Monterey with an approximate 10-second delay, and on Comcast channel 25 with a little bit of a longer delay of up to 90 seconds. If you plan to make a public comment, join the meeting using Zoom on the app or by telephone, making sure you join in time to accommodate the delay. We look forward to receiving public comments today.
Thank you, MK. You did that extremely well. We appreciate it. So with that, we'll call our meeting to order, and we're going to have public comment throughout the meeting. We will also have some general public comments, and we appreciate them always. That's the way we learn and how we take care of our city together. And also any emails that have come to any of us have been copied to our city clerk, so they are all part of the public record. So let's do roll call, please, of our 2018-2020 City Council by our celebrated City Clerk Clementine.
Yes, Councilmember Albert.
Here.
Councilmember Hoffett.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Williamson.
Here.
And Mayor Roberson.
And I'm here. So thank you for that. The first item is, it's interesting, COVID-19 sheltering in place and the way we do business today has changed everything. It's also changed more or less the format of not being able to be in person, because it's always an exciting evening in the city council chambers when we do certify elections and we either re-elect or have new members of our city council, and all our friends and family get to join us. But that's not the way it is nowadays. So we keep our fingers crossed for a vaccine and a new normal as soon as we can. However, it's still extraordinarily significant that we do have a chance to certify the election it looked like all the counting went really well and quickly in the county. So I don't know if we have a quick staff report on this or not. Our very civil city manager, did we have a brief report?
Mr. Mayor, council members, I punt it directly over to our city clerk and let Clementine take it from here, please.
Okay.
I can just make a short verbal presentation. This item will involve adopting a resolution that declares the results of the November 3rd election as was certified by our Monterey County Registrar of Voters, Claudio Valenzuela. He certified the election a week ago, and we have those documents attached to the resolution in the packet. And this is a requirement to be adopted prior to seating the new city council.
Okay, good. And I would encourage people, if you're interested, there's some really fascinating data included in the agenda report. It breaks it down by precincts and where the votes lay. It was so interesting how many people voted early by mail, which has certainly been a trend in the county for many years now. Nothing new, although it's obviously new some places nationally. So unless let's see if there's any public comment on this before we bring it back to council.
I do have one person with their hand raised, and so we will find out what comment is.
Okay, and we're going to be looking at a 3-minute time limit, please.
Hi, Marta. Are you able to unmute yourself? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. I have public comment, but not on this item, on general public comment.
Okay, so whenever that comes around, if you would just please raise your hand again, I'm going to lower your hand, and that should come up shortly.
Thank you.
Sure. And I do have one other person with their hand raised at this time as well. Hi, Tony. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, my comment is of a general nature, so I can do it a little bit later when the time for that comes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And that's it for that.
Okay, good. And for people watching, there is an opportunity for general public comments, not on the agenda. And our two friends, Marta and Tony, are going to speak at that time. So, and if you want to speak about a specific agenda item, you can get your hand up for that too. So we're good to, we look forward to hearing from them. Unless there's any questions, I would entertain a motion to adopt the resolution certifying the election.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion at this point? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes. All right.
Excellent.
We've been officially elected, everybody.
It's official.
Official. But there's another step, and that's what we're going to do next, and that's the installation of officers. And it's statutory that we do swear the oath or affirm an oath that will be administered by our city clerk. And I think, again, should we see if there's any public comment on that before we probably should, since we need to follow the protocols, right? Any public comment on swearing us in?
I see no comments. The Chiron has been up for just a short moment now, so nobody appears to be raising their hand at the time.
All right. In that case, I think we'll go ahead, and I believe the order will be starting with me as the mayor, and then Councilmember Dan Albert and Councilmember Alan Hoffa, Clementine, right?
Yes.
And good. And after we are sworn in officially, we're going to, as soon as we're done, we're going to have a sheet of paper that we're going to sign, and it's the certificate of election and oath of office. So all of us have that, and we're going to go ahead and sign that. Then we'll turn it into City Hall later to get it officially approved by Clementine. So we will do that on camera as well.
Wonderful. So I'd just like to say a few quick words about the oath for explanation to the public and anyone who's interested to know a little bit more. This is an oath of office that is included in the California Constitution. It's very similar to the one taken by the President of the United States as well, and many other officials, obviously. The oath is a binding promise or statement of fact that is taken upon your honor, and you may swear or affirm the oath based on your preference. Public officials are required to take this oath before taking any official actions. And as we know, that taking the oath is ceremonial, and it's a great honor that reflects the gravity of your public service, for which we're all grateful. So, Councilmember Albert, could you please raise your right hand and then repeat after me as I lead you through the oath? I'm sorry, we're starting with Mayor Roberson. We switched up. Sorry about that. Mayor
Oh,
Roberson.
go ahead and start with Dan. That way,
Okay.
I'll make sure he gets it right. Then I'll have it ready by then. Then I won't
Sorry,
mumble
everybody.
as much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Albert.
Yes,
I state your name.
I, Dan Albert,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Thank you. If you
Thank
could
you.
please sign and subscribe the oath, that would be wonderful.
And we would, in our normal situation, we'd have our council chambers packed and everybody standing and giving Dan a great standing ovation.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that.
Congratulations. Yeah, I know your friends and family are. I hope we're all watching and they value you so much. Okay, Clementine, I think we're going to go now to Alan Hoffa.
Yes. Could you, Alan, could you please raise your right hand and then repeat after me? I state your name.
I, Alan Hoffa,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Thank you.
Thank
Please
you.
sign your oath too.
And while Alan's signing that, we again applaud and thank him for his years of service. And I know, again, his family and friends are all celebrating with him this evening, and well deserved.
Thank you.
And then when I'm finished, we'll all have a chance to do those thank yous. I've reserved a 30-minute block of time when it's my turn. I'm going to outdo a certain council member from 2 years ago.
So Mayor
Yeah,
Roberson?
you replace it, Mayor.
Yes.
So could you please raise your right hand And then repeat after me, please. I state your name.
I, Clyde Roberson,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clementine.
And please sign your oath as well.
And here's the oath and office holder signature. That must be me. So here we go. Signed, sealed, and not quite delivered. Thank you, Clementine, for doing that so well. Really appreciate that always.
It's my honor. Thank you.
Oh, good. All right. Well, then let's, while we're still part of installation, I know our newly re-elected council members want to share some thoughts and appreciation. So again, in the order of swearing in, we'll ask Dan Albert to start us off. Council member Dan, the floor
Thank
is
you.
yours, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Clyde. I appreciate all the support you have given me over the last 4 years also. All the experience that you've had on the council really shows, and I think it helps the city immensely. So I appreciate that, Mayor Clyde. So I'm very privileged and honored to serve the city, the citizens of Monterey over the last 4 years. And I really appreciate the voter support and the confidence they have in the current council, because I think that showed that they feel like we're doing an excellent job, obviously. I also like to thank the election committee that I put together 4 years ago and this election time. They work really hard to get me elected, and I really appreciate what they do for me. I'd like to thank Louis Leader, my campaign consultant. He's been with me 4 years ago, and he was with me again this time. And I thank him for all his experience and what he does for the community himself. Also, I'd like to thank my parents, Dan and Joanne Albert. Without them, with the love and support they give me, and especially my father when it comes to talking about city issues, I thank him very much for his years of experience also, and giving me some pretty good advice on which direction to go. I appreciate that. And also all the signs that were put up in the yards, they were my sign chairs, so I appreciate them organizing that. And lastly, my wife, Sharon, who has been with me all these 4 years, well, longer than that, 20 years, but 4 years, for her love and support and helping me see through this election process. It's important that you have people that, especially the loved ones, that support you, because over the last 4 years, it's been a lot of time and effort going into this, and I really appreciate Sharon and my daughter Ava also, who's here with us. I look forward to the next 4 years and working with the current council and the city staff. And I do want to say one thing about the city staff. I've been involved with quite a few staffs at MPUSD and a few other places, and this is one of the finest staffs that I've seen and worked with in my 40 years in the public eye. So I really appreciate how hard they work and keep this city moving. So with that, I want to thank everyone else out there that has helped me get reelected, and let's look forward to another 4 years. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Dan. Councilmember Allen.
Yeah, I would like to first of all just start off by thanking the voters for their support for me and also for the entire council. I agree with Dan. I think that the direction that this council is moving is obviously the direction that the city wants us to keep moving in. I also appreciate the voters' support of Measure Y. That's going to be really important in helping us bridge the financial gap created by COVID-19. On a personal level, I want to thank my wife, Arlene. She has been very supportive of me in all my years of public service. It is a sacrifice on the part of our partners and our spouses and our families. We're away a lot. We're at meetings a lot, and that's less time for family and less time to help out. So I appreciate her and all of her support with the campaign, but also just in general, supporting my work with the council. There were a lot of people who helped out, but I want to begin by recognizing the two folks who helped me make sure that my finances were in order. So my treasurers, Jason Reed and Ivan Bautista, really appreciate that very, very much. I also wanted to thank Councilmember Tyler Williamson for his advice, strategic advice and counsel. I want to thank Esther Malkin for her advice and her input in particular on rental issues and how to reach out to the renter community. I wanted to thank Barbara Moore and Renee Franken, who are always very helpful. And I also would like to just thank the students, many of my past students, my current students, Gentrain students, MPC colleagues, lots of different folks who came together to support me. I really appreciate all of you very much. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Alan. I think there's a theme here, and that is the appreciation that all of us have for our families. It continues to be an honor for me to serve as mayor of our historic city, which we love and take care of together, just as we take care of each other. I'm really grateful to my wife, Dottie, and our family, which have been with me on this journey of public service. I couldn't do it without them. When I came back in 2014, two of my grandkids said, well, Gramps, will you still have time for us? So how about that, putting life in perspective? And yes, I do have time for them, but as Dan and Alan have both pointed out, it's very time consuming, but we do it because we love our city. It was a different campaign this time, obviously. The door-to-door, which we've all enjoyed so much over the years, the opportunity to meet people, wasn't there. And so for the first time in over 30 years, I actually had to raise money and do mailers and advertisement and so on, because in the past, I was able to do a really inexpensive campaign because I had so many people who were kind enough to go door to door with me. But I certainly am grateful to all the volunteers for the signs, who put them in their yards, the donations, the endorsements, the ads. People really stepped up. I'm just so grateful. A very special thanks to Council Member Ed and his wife, Sharon Smith, who were very instrumental in teaching this mayor how to fill out the forms, which I hadn't had to for so many years, and how to get into the Secretary of State. They helped me with my mailer and so on. So I'm extremely grateful. As well to Dan and Alan, and super congratulations to you. And appreciation, of course, to Tyler as well for your support and endorsements. I want to recognize our outstanding first-class city staff and all of our commissioners. Monterey is really fortunate to have this amazing team. Let's go down memory lane just briefly, as I may. My first election in 1981, The theme there were residents are the experts in their neighborhoods and they should be listened to before, not after, a decision is made. And I think that's an ethic and a principle that we still cling to today. I came home from a council meeting in 1981 and I told my wife, you know what, I was watching that council meeting, I've decided to run for city council. So after I helped pick her up from the floor, she was supportive from day one. And one of the things she does is she helps me look at all sides of the issues. In 1983, when I was elected mayor the first time, we were really defining the future of our city. Were we going to be wall-to-wall hotels? Was there going to be a Monterey 2, an expansion of the city out through Highway 68? That's when I think there was a commitment to keep our small town feeling. In 1985, we had a hotel moratorium and neighborhood community improvement program, and we saw the growth of neighborhood associations during that election. 1986 was interesting because the election was changed from May to November. So as a result, we had 1.5-year term. And so at that point, Dan Albert Sr. decided he wanted to run for mayor. And I had been thinking that teaching school full-time with a young family and being mayor, both people said I looked exhausted, and they were right. So at that point, I decided to run for council. So we had an election in 1986. When it was done, Mayor Dan got up from his chair and I got up from mine. We walked, shook hands, and took each other's seat, and we continued on with business. Then I took a 6-year break from 90 to 96 and came back from 1996 to 2006. And that's when we saw the Sports Center, the NCIP program. A really big issue at that time was keeping the Defense Language Institute and the Naval Postgraduate School here. They were on the BRAC list and they were potentially going to be closed. And through a huge community effort, we were able to keep them here. Then from 2006 to 2018, I took another break, was on the library board for 4 years, then came back to this mayor's job in 2014. And it's interesting now as we look going forward in 2020, the issues that are facing us obviously is to maintain our quality of life, but the issues facing us, of course, first and foremost is staying safe and healthy and conquering this pandemic. And secondly is the economic and budget crisis, getting people back to work, getting our facilities open. And again, measures G and Y, thank you voters for approving those so we can maintain and fix our infrastructure, and we will have solved our systemic challenges of balancing the budget. Then of course, there's the third idea of working towards fairness. So everyone has economic, legal, housing, educational, health, and environmental equality. And last, climate warming, the existential challenge of our times. I'm in the process of interviewing a number of people who would like to be on boards and commissioners. And there's a theme that runs through it, and that is they are so appreciative to live in Monterey and they want to give back. I'm asked occasionally, why have I done this for so long? And a quote that I heard recently that's really fun is, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And so I invite everyone to continue to be at the table in the city of Monterey. We have such an engaged public. And also I love Monterey and I will take care of it with you. And so that's why I'm still doing this. And I look forward to working with this incredible team so we can continue to take care of our city and each other and to take care of our special quality of life. So with that, we're going to appoint item 3, the vice mayor. Will go out to the public to see if there's any comment.
I do see that somebody has a comment on item 3.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry. I thought they were calling for public comment. lowering my hand.
That's
We'll
okay,
get you
we're almost
soon,
there.
Marta. Don't go too far, Marta. You're next. All right. So, several years ago, I think the councils adopted a really excellent policy, and that was a rotational system for board and commission chairs, as well as the vice mayor. It really depoliticized it and then depersonalized it, and really gave a lot of people an opportunity to serve in those vocations. And I believe it's our good friend Tyler Williamson who is up for vice mayor. And unless he objects, I would make a motion for approval.
I'll second.
Okay. Any comment or discussion? Okay. Good, Tyler. I think you're really valuable. And Alan, thank you for serving in that role more than once.
It's my honor. Thank you.
And I think everyone's had the opportunity to do that. And so it's always so important. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes.
It's official.
All right. Okay, so that's concludes a very meaningful part of our agenda. And again, I look forward to seeing everyone in person very soon. And so with that, we'll go to public comments. And I know we definitely know we have some folks who want to speak. And these are items not on the agenda that you would like to bring to the attention of the City Council. And I know some people have also submitted public comments in general that we all receive and do put in the public record. So again, going back to MK to open that up for us, please.
And I do see that Marta has her hand raised.
Okay, and Marta, we did get your 2 emails on this subject. It's in the public record, and thank you for attaching the draft EAR to us on the NPUSD Monterey High School project.
Good evening and congratulations to you all. My name is Marta Kravchuk, and I'm a lifelong resident of Monterey. I am here today to ask for your help to protect our neighborhood from a hugely impactful project planned at Monterey High School. Recently, Monterey Peninsula Unified School District released a draft EIR for a proposed Monterey High sports complex that includes stadium lights, additional bleachers, and a new public address system. The draft EIR states very clearly that the impacts on our neighborhood would be significant and would exceed the standards set by the City of Monterey's general plan. The general plan policies show the City of Monterey understands the importance of scenic roadways and night sky visibility. Sky glow would occur from the stadium lights, especially when the marine layer is present. This would be visible from Pacific Street, a scenic roadway, and well beyond, making sky glow over our historic civic center. The stadium project would also generate significant increased noise. MPUSD's own noise experts have stated that residences nearby would be exposed to noise levels that are substantially louder than existing conditions and would exceed city noise standards. Parking is at a premium in our neighborhoods. The draft EIR claims there is sufficient parking on school property for any anticipated crowd. But as local residents will tell you, for big events, attendees search for parking in the neighborhoods. As a consequence, cars are often parked illegally on private property, blocking driveways, and in unsafe locations along our narrow, dark streets. The new project would mean a total stadium seating capacity of 1,900 attendees, which would greatly exceed available parking in lots. It would also increase risk for walkers and attendees and could block emergency vehicles. Due to the California Civic Center Act, non-school groups could use these facilities and increase the number of nighttime events. MPUSD is already advertising rental of this Monterey High sports complex with nighttime lights. The City of Monterey helped the Casanova Oak Knoll neighborhood push back against a detrimental project proposed by the airport district. I and my neighbors ask you to help our neighborhood now. Show residents that you, our city government, respect the Monterey General Plan. Compliance should be mandatory and expected from all developers, including MPUSD. Please take the time to study the impacts of this project and help us protect our neighborhoods. Comments on the draft EIR are due on January 12th. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marta.
Thank you. And I do see that we have one other person that has their hand raised. Tony has his hand raised. Tony, are you able to hear me and unmute?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. We're ready for your comment. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Congratulations to all of you on your success, and I'm very appreciative of all you do for our city. I also hope that you guys had an enjoyable Thanksgiving holiday. I am here to ask you to advocate for Monterey High upgrades that best serve our kids, contribute to the value of our community, and are consistent with the city's general plan. MPUSD recently released a draft EIR on the Monterey High School Stadium project. This is not a comment on the EIR, but on MPUSD's focus and plan to spend over $10 million on a project that takes away from their ability to address the real needs of today's students. Additionally, by neglecting needed repairs and upgrades, our ability to serve students and the community in the future may be compromised. In 2018, MPUSD published a needs assessment identifying over 30 major items at Monterey High that needed repair, upgrading, or replacement. Those included fixing leaky roofs, upgrading major utility systems, replacing HVAC and 40-year-old portables, and updating technology and audiovisual. All these seems like worthy investments in a property that is part of our city. The problem is that none of them are getting done. In the last decade, MPUSD has asked for our help and we responded. Voters passed Measure P in 2010 and Measure I in 2018 for a total of $323 million for the district because, quote, our aging schools require further repairs to provide a safe, modern learning environment, end quote. Today, providing a safe, modern learning environment looks much different than it did when those bonds were passed and when the district decided how to spend our money. The pandemic changed all the rules, and our #1 priority must be doing what's necessary to provide safe and appropriately equipped schools for students and teachers. How we proceed will impact today's citizens and students, as well as those from generations to come. I know Monterey City government is not responsible for MPUSD projects, but 60% of our property tax does go to schools, and you are responsible for maintaining the safety and integrity of neighborhoods in our city. Part of the desirability of Monterey are the schools in our neighborhood that are safe, consistent with the city's general plan, and provide a meaningful education. I encourage all of you to read the draft EIR and take a long look at how Monterey High is being developed and maintained. Does that reflect your respect for the natural beauty of our city and the real needs of our students and educators? I know Monterey High got a nice coat of paint, and the new science building, which was funded by Measure P, is looking really good. However, lots has changed since those plans were made, and the needs of our city have changed too. Our citizens, children, and teachers deserve city government that stands up for them and fights to make sure they have safe, healthy school facilities. There's so much opportunity here. Tell MPUSD to change their priorities and focus on students' health and well-being. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tony. And at this point, I do not see that anybody else has raised their hands to make a comment. If you would like to make a comment during this meeting and you're connected via phone, please press *9 to raise your hand, or you can raise your hand using the Zoom app. And I don't see anybody else raising their hand at this time.
Okay, thanks. We'll then close general public comments. And since these aren't agendized items, we're not responding because by the Brown Act, things have to be agendized before the City Council and staff can weigh in. But we do thank you very much for your comments. And we also, as I said earlier, appreciate the written emails and analysis on this subject that we've received, and we've read them. So let's go to consent items. City Manager, anything to be pulled or tabled at this point?
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware that any one member of the public or a council member has asked to pull one item yet, but I think the council member still have to weigh in.
Okay, then we'll ask in a moment. And meanwhile, any public comment about pulling consent item or making any remarks about our consent agenda?
I think that we're just now putting the chyron up. Nobody has their hand raised quite yet, so we may need to wait just a moment.
All right, well, I think it's okay if we just go ahead and say if there are any council questions, no motions, and just to make sure that we allow the public to speak before we make a motion. So any council members would like to pull anything or have questions or comments?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to pull item number 10 for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
And Clyde, number 7 for me.
Okay, item 10 is ballpark advertising program regulations and specifications, and item 7 is the position control list with respect to the parking division reorganization.
Yes, just a brief presentation on 7 would be helpful.
Okay, anyone else?
I'm also interested in a partial presentation, and I can clarify, but on number 8.
All right. And number 8. So it sounds like we don't need to pull 7 or 8, but we want to have a brief discussion. You know what, let's just pull those. I think it's probably cleaner. And so we'll pull items 7, 8, and 10. MK, any comments yet coming in?
No comments for the consent agenda.
Okay, then I would entertain a motion to approve the consent minus items 7, 8, and 10.
Motion approves minus 7, 8, and 10.
Okay, and that would be council member. That would be the vice mayor, and seconded by the former vice mayor. Roll call, please.
Thanks for clarifying that. So Councilmember Williamson.
Yes.
I mean, Vice Mayor Williamson.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, if I heard the motion right, it was Tyler Williamson, Vice Mayor. Yes.
Yep.
Well, not Vice Mayor until January. I still want to
Yeah.
let Alan finish that up.
Yeah, I mean, but just gets he's anxious, so I can see it in his face. But yes, I vote for that.
Okay, Councilmember Albert
Yes.
and Councilmember Hoffa
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
And that's a yes for me too. At the risk of sounding like our president-elect when he was talking about what's all this malarkey, and everybody's going, malarkey? What is that? So anyway, it doesn't matter. It says, I don't care what you call me as long as you call me to dinner.
Yeah.
That's an old saying. Just to call it a Biden-esque. Okay, so we do have that approved. Let's go then chronologically to item 7, and that's we'll shoot that to Ed. Ed, would you like a brief presentation on that? Let's do that since it has been pulled.
Yes, because it's a major, second, third step in a reorganization and a lot of moving parts. So I think a presentation is in order.
Okay, I think so too. Good. So then we'll go ahead and turn it over to Hans, our city manager.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Smith. We have prepared a few slides, and our Public Works Director, Steve Whittree, will start us off, please.
We'll do my best to share the screen and see what happens.
You figured that out since I saw you this afternoon, right, Steve?
I hoped. We shall see. Did it work?
Yes.
Hey, look at that. All right. Look at that. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. This is just a brief presentation. This, as Councilman Smith indicated, this is a pretty major milestone in the parking division renaissance, if you will. A few months ago, we started with our infrastructure and TIBA installation for equipment. This is the next step to that and reorganizing the division. Essentially, what we're doing is we're modernizing it and having it meet the needs of the future. What we're going to be doing actually is looking at a pre-COVID organizational chart. And I apologize, this gets a little complicated because of the COVID situation. This chart showing on the screen right now is our org chart. And I know it's a little bit hard to read because it's small, but our org chart for the parking division prior to COVID that was approved by council in normal operating times. As you can see, there's 39 employees that are identified there to run our parking operations pre-pandemic. As COVID hit us, we saw a reduction in revenue, we saw a reduction in operations, and we reduced that staff pretty significantly. And as of today, we actually have 28 members within the parking division. The folks in red there, the positions in red were eliminated due to the funding situation, as I mentioned. You know, time moves forward with COVID. We still need to plan for what we're going to be doing in the future. The installation of our TiVo system is underway. It'll be operational very soon here, completely operational very soon here. And with that new system, we have a different need for moving into the future. And the proposed reorganization that we have looks like this. As you can see, in general, it goes from 4 divisions to 3 divisions. We've maneuvered some of the, we still need enforcement, which is relatively unchanged. The administration and parking services have combined under one supervisor into the new parking services coordinator, and we've revamped, if you will, some of our parking maintenance operations, street sweeping and so forth. The net organization will have a total of 33 positions is what we're proposing, which is a net decrease of 6 from the pre-COVID structure. We feel that this is the best organization to lead us into the future and meet the city's needs to operate the parking program as efficiently and effectively as possible. A noted difference with this is the section in yellow in the middle of the section is a new position we're identifying as parking service specialists and representatives. What these individuals are the replacement for the cashiers. Cashiers are going away in large measure due to the technology, but we still want to provide a touch of response. We have the lots, though automated, still require attendance. They still require people to respond to issues or the things that happen out there in the facilities, as well as monitor the video screens that all those pinhole cameras and equipment has. So that section in gold identifies those positions. Essentially what we intend on doing is we have a command center that's been installed. There'll be a monitoring a portion of that, and then radio dispatch to assist with individual customers who may have called for help or assistance in the lots. Similar to, I'm going to say an airport, but we are installing walk-up payment devices where customers walk up on foot and they can pay prior to exiting. If there's a question or concern, their credit card doesn't work, there's a button they'll press and they'll reach one of the parking services representatives via a communication on the I'm going to say radio, but through the intercom system, and they'll be able to communicate. If that still can't work the problem out, a parking services representative will be dispatched to assist them. So that's the role of that section in gold there, and it will provide that needed home touch to serve our residents. Like I said, though, in summary, this is the organization that we think is going to serve us very well going into the future, and that's what we're proposing for you today.
Okay, well, we thank you very much for your cogent presentation. And Ed, did you want to ask your questions now, please? Councilmember Ed?
Yeah, thank you. I'm working on 2 computers here. I'm trying to find the line item in the presentation. I just found it under the fiscal implications. I just want to highlight the substantial savings, and certainly that's not the only reason to execute a organizational reorganization to such a large division, but it's listed as $456,683 when compared. So there's a reorganization that's going to result in annual savings, which is substantial. And I recognize that the technology piece will evolve and improve, and certainly can become very robust. But what's the transition period from when customers in the Muni lot, Wharf lot will no longer see an attendant in the kiosk? So what's this look like in terms of the steps and the execution of the change of the employees?
So the steps that are actually underway, the downtown lot and the Cannery Row lot have already undergone their transformation and are no longer served by cashiers. The final step is the hardest one, frankly, is the waterfront lot. As you are maybe aware, that's in process right now. One of the cashiering booths was removed for the automated system. And the next booth is scheduled to be removed. I believe it just got changed a little bit. We lost a week, but in the next couple of weeks, that second booth is scheduled to be removed and go to an automated system. Of course, just to be a little bit too technical here for half of a second, if there's further delays that's going to impact the exact holiday system, we'll push it till after the holidays because there's no point in trying to rush before that. But the goal is still to have it implemented in the next week or 10 days, and then that will go to the automated system. So right now we have folks who are transitioning from the cashier role to the parking service representative role in the other facilities, and they're learning the command center as we speak today. So we anticipate that the final step with the parking operation transition in the waterfront lot would happen in the next week or 10 days, hopefully. If there's another glitch, it may get pushed till after the holiday.
Okay, and going back as we've undergone the master planning for the waterfront, we made a conscientious decision to remove the parking from that decision, and then ultimately got to the reorganization of the parking and the refurbishing of the parking, which it looks fantastic now. And it's weathering well and drains well and much easier for parking for our guests. So I've always in the back of my mind wanted to see some integrated security. So at some point in the future, as we go to technology, I think that lot and the waterfront is an opportunity that we should look at. It may take some grant funding, it may take some long-term funding, but I think it's important to get some technology and appropriate cameras that are covering a very, very large area with guests coming and going, walking, jogging, rec trail, couple of entrances, and support for Wharf 1 and Wharf 2. So I just wanted to express that I have an interest of seeing some kind of enhanced security at some point in the future.
That makes complete sense to me, yes.
Okay, that's all the questions I had, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any public comment on this, please?
We do not have any public comment.
We don't.
Yeah, I had 2 questions if I could.
Yes, please. Council Member Vice Mayor Tyler. Don't let it go to your head.
No. So my first question here is, what will be the change in budget allocation now and until the impacts of COVID are removed from the equation? So we get a good comparison of pre-COVID versus where we're trying to go to. What does that look like for now?
So let me answer it the simple way, and if it gets you there, that's great. Otherwise, I have an accountant, Mr. Tom Lewandowski, who can help you in just a moment. But in general terms, what it looks like right now is we've had some salary savings due to retirement and some other things that are moving around within the parking division from the existing 28 positions that are out was 20, the existing positions that are out there. And we don't need an allocation, a further allocation from our approved budget and our processes to go through the end of this fiscal year to make these changes. We're going to stagger the hiring and make sure we're not needing any more cash, if you will, for the parking operations. If it continues in a downturn, continues, and we don't have revenue, obviously some of those positions will be delayed as we move forward. The exact financial accounting, if you want that, I can bring Tom on board for you.
No, that got to high level of what I was looking for. So I appreciate that. And actually your comments there lead into my next question. So some of these positions will be reinstated. So how many of these do we anticipate to fill immediately with employees that were laid off versus those we'll need to advertise recruitments for?
So basically on the screen right now, we have several positions in gold. Those are positions who would be actually retitled, if you will. They're existing employees who would have their job description changed. Just so you're aware, just to make sure we're closing all the dots here, we have met with Jem and Jem, the board for the employees, and we are supportive, and we come to an agreement with Jem about their representation. These are all Jem employees that we're talking about here, so that we're all in agreement with that aspect of it. The positions in pink are the ones that would be advertised for or hired. primarily to assist Superintendent Steffi out there. The most important position that we have out there is a parking services coordinator, and that needs to happen immediately. That's our first priority, to make sure that happens, to get that good leadership to bring the rest of the team on board. The other positions would come in as they're available.
Okay, yeah, no, and it's helpful to hear too that it'll be kind of staggered just to keep us in the current budget allocation. I appreciate all of the answers. Thank you.
Thanks for the
if I
great
may-
questions too.
Mr. Mayor, if I add some more
Yes.
clarity to Councilmember Williamson's question, because I understand his direction a little clearer. We had a total of 24 layoffs in the parking division at the beginning of COVID-19. That included 15 filled positions and 9 positions that were already vacant. So that was the 24 positions. We hired 15 positions back. So all of the 15 filled positions that were laid off have been hired back. And to be very precise, we hired 14 back, and one of the 15 that have been laid off actually retired and did not return. So all the pre-COVID layoffs were reversed over the course of time, as of course our parking operations again picked up. And you all know the challenges we faced in summer when we had the wharf overcrowding, and we restricted parking on the wharf on our prime lot to just 50% to do a COVID-19 crowd control on the wharf. So all the positions have been backfilled with the previous incumbents, except for one person who has retired.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Hans, for that, because I know Tyler and Ed, who have pulled this along with the rest of this council, were very concerned about bringing our people back, and that really makes us feel great to know that they have come back. So any other comments? If not, are we ready to move on this?
I'll make a motion to approve. And just to add to your comment, Mayor, I think it's great that we're also providing new jobs out there too, not just bringing those folks back.
Yeah, good point. Thank you. We have a motion.
Second. Yeah,
We
second.
have a second from Councilmember Ed, and roll call, please.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes. And and we would thank our Public Works Director for his excellent answers. So item 8, we I think Councilmember Tyler, you asked that you had questions on that. So why don't, if I'm correct, let's have a quick.
Well, if I could start, and maybe it could help focus what part of the presentation.
That would be great. Thank you.
So I'm hoping that staff could describe a little bit better the work that's anticipated to be done. The report did a really good job of kind of detailing the process of selecting somebody, and I know that the general direction for this was given prior to when I was given on council. So I apologize to the rest of you if you're a little bit more intimate with how this is going to work, but the attachment didn't really help clarify for me what we anticipate doing with the almost $1 million. So I'm just hoping that we can get some clarity on exactly what the plan is here.
Very good. So Hans, you've heard the specific questions. So if you and your great staff.
If I may punt, yeah, I'll punt it to Andrea, who's very good in partial presentations as well. And we are awarding just $173,000. This is not the $1 million question right now in front of us. And with that, I give it to Andrea, who will tell you that we still don't know exactly what the design will look like, because that's what they will do for us, but she can give you greater details.
Thank you, Hans. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Congratulations on re-election.
Thank you.
And so Hans put it very well. So this is the design contract. So we have an idea of what we want to do and what the deficiencies are at the intersection. We don't have a design. So right now we know that we want to install protected left turns. So right now the left turns on Casa Verde crossing Del Monte are not protected. They're a yield condition. We know that the curb ramps are not ADA compliant, they're older. And what we want to do is we want to also clarify the right of way, because the rec trail crossing is an interesting condition where the pedestrian crossing at the crosswalk does have the right of way, but a bicyclist crossing at the crosswalk does not have the right of way. So this all started with a neighborhood capital improvement program where they wanted to address this trail crossing condition and also the lack of protected lefts at Casa Verde and Del Monte. So we applied for a highway safety improvement program. We rated high on the benefit cost ratio for the project. That's how we got the $920,000 for the grant. The rest is NCIP funding. And what we're doing right now is awarding the contract to design the project. So again, we have a good idea of what we want. We just don't have a lot of specifics right now.
Good.
Okay,
Thank you,
that's
Andrea.
beautiful. No, the explanation was really helpful. I'll just kind of end with that. I think that staff in the engineering division deserves kudos again, in extension from last month's appreciation. The fact that we're able to leverage grant funding and focus on projects where we can protect locals and visitors alike. This is definitely a problem area and a project worth doing. So thank you, Andrea. I really appreciate your efforts here.
Thank you very much. And this also saves us Measure S money because we can do the improvements that we would have had to do with Measure S using grant funding. Thank you.
Great news. Other council comments or questions?
Yes, I've got a question for the
Councilmember
engineer.
Ed, please.
Yeah, Andrea, thank you very much for the report. Now this is going back and I don't remember exactly, but is there another driveway entrance for the warehouse? And I believe it's property that's owned or leased by Chomp, which is the east corner. Is there another driveway that comes out onto Del Monte, or has that been closed?
There's still another driveway.
Okay, so I would just like to offer, it's always great if you can eliminate a driveway in the consideration. I don't know if that's possible, but I've taken, well, years ago, took several accidents at that intersection, and it's really got a lot of things going on. But if we could eliminate a driveway there, that would be one major hurdle forward. But I just want to point that out, that it's got the private property there that needs to be addressed, plus some of the visibility with the trees, as well as some distance between that corner for the two crossings, pedestrian as well as the recreational trail. And you've got a hill that starts right there, so it's a tough one. So I know Kimberly Horn's the right company to try and help us with this.
Thank you. And yes, we've tried different things over the years. We meandered the trail. I know NCIP funded a couple of different things. It's also the only entrance into that neighborhood. So we need to be very mindful that if moving trucks need to access that neighborhood, that's the only intersection where they can do so.
Yeah, exactly. And coming downhill with a stop is always problematic as well. So yeah, thank you very much. Look forward to seeing the improvements.
Thank you.
Good, excellent. Public comment, that MK, do we have any public comment?
We have no public comment on this item.
All right, is there any more questions? Are we ready to move on it?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Robertson.
Yes. All right, item 10, we had a couple council members, I think, who were interested in the Parks and Recreation Commission's recommendation to update the ballpark advertising program. So let's again turn it over to our, did you want to outline what your questions are? Shall we go straight to a presentation?
Mayor, I just have some comments on it. That's all. I pulled it for comments, and so that we could maybe discuss some issues that I feel that's a part of that item. So if you don't mind,
okay,
I can
well,
go
why
ahead
don't
and
you,
start.
I think it really helped when Councilmember Tyler outlined his thoughts on that previous item. So if you will do that, Dan,
Sure.
your comments and thoughts, and that will help staff to respond to what your concerns are, please.
Good, great. Thank you very much, Mayor Clyde. I think that I remember this item came up about a year ago, and I asked staff if they could go back and take a look, or council did, to look at this this ordinance, just to see if they could work a little bit more with the nonprofits, and which they did, and I really appreciate the staff doing that, and I appreciate the recommendation that's coming from the Park and Recreation Commission. A couple of suggestions I have, or one suggestion I have, is that oh, my dog, is that I noticed that the staff was recommending that the signs would be up for 6 months and then taken down by our own city staff, and then stored and then replaced back in November. So it'd be November to June. And I think that for me, that doesn't make much sense to staff to have to take the signs down and put them back up again. And so I'm requesting that the signs go from 6 months to a full year. And one of the reasons is that I know that working with nonprofits myself and trying to fundraise money, especially with youth athletics, that it's difficult to get advertisers to put money into the programs unless it's for a full year. I think it's just easier for the nonprofits to sell their programs if it's a year advertising. So I'd like to support the youth and the businesses of Monterey. So for me, I think that I would like to see, that's the only change I'd like to see, is go from 6 months to 1 year of advertising on the outfield.
Thank you, Councilmember Dan. Anybody else have a specific question and concern? Then our staff can respond. Councilmember Ed, please. Then we'll go to Councilmember Tyler.
Yeah, same area of the staff work. I would favor an all year for the opportunity for the nonprofits, because their money is not that great of money that's coming in. I would like to see, other than staff have to go pick up and store and then bring back out. I think that should be part of the agreement. But I would prefer that, the nonprofits can continue selling this. And I think nobody is contesting the amount of room that's on the fencing. I think we're not really talking about space. We're just talking about the mechanics of it. But I would rather we not get involved in having a lot of staff labor have to do this. I would prefer that they stay up for the year, and maybe the nonprofits are able to, to do a 2 pricing if they chose to, if they wanted to sell it to some of their businesses, that, maybe the full year is a certain price and the half year is another price, but the nonprofit volunteers are the ones that are administrating that, taking the signs down and replacing them. So that's the only area of this policy change that I wanted to address.
All right, and Councilmember Tyler, you had a thought as well, a question for staff?
Yeah, mine is just, I'm hoping that I can get some clarification. I could just be a little bit slow here, so I appreciate everybody bearing with me. But as I understand it, we're changing our fee from charging $350 to $75. And is there a cost sharing on the actual revenue portion of that with the city, or is it just the $75 fee that we're looking at getting?
Okay. Thank you. So we've had 3 specific questions. So Hans, can I turn it over to your staff for response, please?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. To answer Councilmember Williamson's question, we're shifting it from 15% of $350 to a flat fee of $75. So signs were sold by the league at $350 to the various companies who would buy them, and we received 15% of that. We changed that to a flat fee to the city of $75 per sign. The other question was about, yeah, you're welcome. The other question regarding hanging it for over a year or for a year, absolutely. If that's the council's pleasure, we can have the signs up for a whole year. Our idea was that we, number one, wanted to prevent the wear and tear on those banners because believe it or not, when during the off season, if they hang there and there are no games being played, they still weather, and the sponsors have to replace those signs. And so the idea was basically to ensure that there is no wear and tear on that. Having said that, if council wants to have them hung there for a year, and Councilmember Albert made the good arguments about finding sponsors for youth sports, that is absolutely something we can live with. And flip side is the banners have to be replaced maybe a little bit more often. And then, yes, Councilmember Williamson?
I was just going to add to the dialogue. I'm not necessarily opposed to the idea of having the banners hang up all year, but I think if we do, maybe make it as an option. So that way, if the business wants to be able to take it down, so we avoid the wear and tear issue or help prevent that wear and tear issue. And then there's also concern about the litter and the environmental impact if there's wear and tear, the fragments going everywhere. I guess that's maybe what I'm a little bit concerned about too. So I would maybe want us to think about incorporating something in the policy that has a response to that to avoid too much litter from a torn up banner.
Good. Councilmember Dan, please.
So maybe the solution to that was, instead of banners, there would be a more permanent sign, because there used to be permanent signs that were hung there. And I think that we changed our policy to put a more temporary sign, because it's only going to be up for 6 months, so they can take it out, take it off and put it back on again. So maybe if it's going to be on for a full year, then maybe we can get the nonprofits to put a more permanent sign on, meaning make it out of a hardback instead of a plastic sign, as you suggested.
Oh, good. Well, I'm going to volunteer my granddaughter, who's painted a lot of the murals on the utility boxes. She'll be happy to paint signs. Let's go to public comment, then I'm going to bring it back, please. MK, any public comment?
We have no comment right now.
Yeah. Okay, I'm hearing several suggestions. I'm wondering, Hans, and your fine staff, would it make some sense for you to take these comments and bring it back rather than us to decide, do we want permanent signs?
I can make a motion. Mayor, I can just go ahead and make a motion.
A public comment just came in.
Someone just raised their hand.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, just 1 moment.
Then we'll go back to you, Dan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Michael. Are you able to hear me and make a comment?
I am. It's Michael Groves. I appreciate the council and thank you for the time and taking a look at this. I just wanted to let you know I was here and available for any questions that might come up with regard to this issue. I just wanted to remind the council with regard to the fees, and especially with Councilmember Williamson, who was not on the council when this first was initiated. It was 15% of the 350, but honestly, we never paid 15% of the 350. What I did is went out and raised $1.4 million to build the field, and so we exceeded 15% of $350 on a sign multiple times over, and in fact probably paid our dues for the next 50 years of signage. So I just wanted to remind you of that. And so what is happening, it's really going from kind of a zero to now $75. The fees were never really collected on a 15% ratio to 35. So I just wanted to mention that. And I also think with the wear and tear issue on the banners, that what staff has recommended with the type of banners that we're to put up, I believe those banners are really sturdy banners. The technology has gotten to the point now where it makes a lot of sense to use that type of banner. In fact, the more permanent signs that were wood signs before would wear and tear, they were permanent, and they would have that weathering from the coast that basically gets into the wood and basically splits it apart. And I know staff had a lot of problems with a lot of the wood signs and wanting us to take those signs down, and we have been working to take those down over time. So I think the idea is to start fresh with a new material and have these banners be sturdy banners and be put up. And, you know, obviously I would love to see them up all year round. I think from a year-round perspective, it's very difficult to get businesses in Monterey to commit to paying the type of money they pay for these signs without being up during that period of time. We've struggled with that with businesses, and we've kind of done some surveying out and talked to some people, you know, verbally about this. Some of our businesses that go up on the fences, and they are not happy at all about having a shortened time frame on the fences. So whatever you can do there, that's basically all I have, and I'm available for any questions if you have any. I've obviously been doing this a long time, and so I have a good sense of what it is.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
So if there's no other public comment, Dan, you were getting ready to phrase a motion, but then you just heard from Michael. So what's your pleasure?
I'll still make a motion.
All right.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve the Park and Recreation Commission's recommendation, but amend the length of time the sign could be posted from 6 months to 1 year.
All right.
Second. Yeah, second.
And discussion,
If I may, Mayor.
please, Councilmember Tyler.
Dan, I think this conversation raises a relevant point, which is the argument that I was making before. And I think that the argument is relevant regardless if we keep it up for part of the year or all year round. But I think it would be helpful to have something in the policy that really just dictates if we're seeing some deterioration on the sign and we're starting to see that it's affecting the environment, that it requires a replacement of the sign. So something in there where we're protecting the environment.
So are you suggesting, which I could probably agree to, that a staff will go once a year and look at the signs and then report back to the nonprofit that this sign needs to be replaced, please replace it?
I am, that may be the best way of doing it. Maybe a once a year thing, or if there's complaints that are submitted, if a member of the public observes a deteriorating sign, that it triggers some kind of response.
So can I add something that's on the agenda? Attachment 2, I think another sentence on item number 9. Number 9 says the city reserves the right to take down any banner that has become a hazard to the public or unsightly. I think that language could be included right there, and the city has the full responsibility. They're going to communicate with the nonprofit representatives and alert them. So I think the language is already there with just a fine tune on one of the subset items, maybe number 9.
Yes, and Hans, is that what you were going to say?
Yeah, I wanted to point out that we have the regulations all in attachment 2, and I think Councilmember Williamson's input is covered under number 9.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. All right, and unless there's anyone else, we'll go ahead and do roll call.
May I make a comment before we go to?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, this has been a long-term process with a new policy, and I appreciate all those that have been involved in it with their patience. Also, Park and Recreation Committee, they worked through this, they made some recommendations, and essentially we agree with their work and appreciate their work. So looking forward to moving this on and getting to the point where the nonprofits that support our leagues can go out and advertise and maybe increase their revenue because they can keep it there for the year. So looking forward to moving forward and getting this done, but also wanted to recognize that if you have not been to the ballpark to take in a game, Little League or Pecos, on a nice, warm, sunny day or evening, it is a fantastic park, Solicitor Ballpark, named after a superstar that came out of Monterey High School that Coach Groves coached, and many a good ball player has gone through that ballpark. So just thank you for all the efforts of the nonprofits and Coach Groves that have made us in Monterey have a fantastic baseball continuing program.
Okay, thank you, Ed. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes. Okay, we have about 8 minutes to adjournment, so we're going to go to our public hearing. Item 14, we finished the consent, and that's to adopt an urgency ordinance extending ordinance number 3626 to comply with state law and to create a maximum height limit of 16 feet for accessory dwelling units. And we've had an extensive discussion of ADUs in our direction to the Planning Commission a meeting or so ago. And I think this is simply an extension of what we mentioned then. And so unless any of our council members or the public needs a full report, I think we can go just directly to any public comment, please.
We're just now putting the Chiron up on the screen. So far, I do not see anybody with hand raised.
All right, we'll wait a moment.
So it's been up for a bit now, and I see no raised hands.
All right, so we opened the public hearing, then we have closed the public input part of the public hearing. And unless council has questions, are we ready to move with it?
Mayor, I'll prove to approve. Oh,
I'll
sorry.
second.
Okay, motion second, any discussion? The only thing I would add is the Planning Commission did take this at its last meeting, has discussed it, and I would reiterate that I would like that our city council direction be a little more emphatically explained to the Planning Commission, because I've heard from one or two of them that they weren't quite sure what the council had directed. So if we could emphasize that when they have a review of it, that would appreciate it. Roll call, please.
Councilmember.
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes. Now, we do have a closed session item, and we only have 6 minutes. I'm going to ask if the timing on that, and ask our cognizant city attorney, is that something that we need to do this afternoon? Can we fit it in, or should we continue it to this evening?
As long as it takes place today, that would be fine. It should not be a long discussion.
All right, well then, with council's approval, we will, is there anyone who wanted to speak to this publicly, our closed session item?
I see no hands raised. We did not put up the Chiron for that, but we can if you would like. So it's been up for about 30 seconds now. I see no hands raised.
Okay, that's good. On our agenda, it says council will adjourn to a closed session no later than 5 o'clock. Yeah, good luck with that. I think that's a line we need to remove from our agenda. So we're going to take a recess and adjourn to closed session. We'll need to go to a different Zoom link, and hopefully we can wrap that up. So thank you, everybody. And once again, congratulations to our re-elected council members and the celebration time. We'll see you shortly on a different Zoom format. Thank you, everyone, for joining us out in the public. Welcome to the evening session of the Monterey City Council. We're happy that you are here. Look forward to hearing public comment. So the first thing we will do is do the Pledge of Allegiance, and we're going to ask one of our, I know we have various staff members helping us this evening. So Nat, are you going to do the Colton Hall? There we go. And that's Colton Hall, of course, with the flag above it. So if everyone would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States
of America,
the
to the republic for which it
stands,
stands, one nation, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Okay, great. And there we are. Welcome back. You know what I forgot to do this afternoon? I did the roll call for the 2018 to 2020 City Council, and we need to do the roll call for the 2020 to 2022 City Council. And if people are doing what Yogi Berra said, deja vu all over again, well, we're very pleased to have our team back. And so, Clementine, would you do the introductions, please?
Yes, Councilmember Albert.
Yes, here.
Councilmember Hoffa.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Present.
Councilmember Williamson.
Here.
And Mayor Roberson.
Yes, I am here and present. And presents may be mailed to my home address now. So we'll do continued public comments. If you have a comment that is not on the agenda, this is your opportunity to share with us. I think it would be well just to briefly explain to folks how they can participate in our meeting. We do that in the afternoon, but I think it wouldn't hurt to let people know. Nat, would you like to do that introduction, please?
Yes, happy to do so, Mayor Roberson. And there are a few ways that members of the public can join our council meetings. One is by joining directly on ZoomGov using the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device. And the second method is to join in by calling directly into the meeting. The easiest way to do so is through Zoom because there is no lag time. To join the meeting on Zoom on your computer, smartphone, or telephone, you can use a link or phone number that's on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. Since the meeting has started, you'll find the agenda under the Recent tab. To join by telephone, you can dial toll-free area code 833-568-8864 and then enter the meeting ID, which is 160-772-9333#. And when you're prompted to enter a participant ID, you can press pound. Some detailed instructions on how to use Zoom are available online at monterey.org/public meetings. When you are making a public comment, you can virtually raise your hand using the Zoom app, or if you're connected to Zoom by phone, dial *9 on your phone to virtually raise your hand, and then *6 to unmute yourself. Public commenters will be muted until it's their turn to speak. When called upon, you must dial *6 to unmute. We ask that public commenters turn off television or computer speakers or go to another room when you're connected by phone, because any background noise will cause interference with the broadcast. I'll be calling on each speaker in the order of their hands raised, and Mayor Roberson has designated a 3-minute time limit for today's meeting with a countdown timer that will be showing on the screen. If you're connected live on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. We do ask that you please stay within your time limit so that we do not have to cut you off. This meeting is also being live streamed on youtube.com/City of Monterey and also on Comcast Channel 25. If you intend to make a public comment, please join the meeting using Zoom so that you make sure you join in time to accommodate the delay. Those are the instructions, and we look forward to hearing from you today.
Yes, and as if you are watching this, the chyrons, I actually finally saw that spelled out, interesting word, will help you so you don't have to remember all that information that is a little bit complicated. But it's our experience that folks have been able to phone in pretty regularly and pretty well, and we will do all of the best that we can during these difficult times to get your input. So with that, we'll go to continued public comments. Anything not on the agenda. If you had some thoughts that you wanted to share with respect to cannabis and cannabis products, an appeal on the personal wireless facility use permit, and the potential agendizing of rent control options. Please wait. We'll be sure to give you an opportunity to share at that time. So anything not on the agenda, hopefully within the jurisdiction of the city of Monterey. So we'll open it up.
Great. If you are interested in speaking on an item that is not on the agenda, please dial *9 to virtually raise your hand if you're calling in. Right now we have a few, and we'll start with the last 3 digits of 705. If you could please dial *6 to unmute yourself, that would be great, and we'll take your public comment. So 705, if you could please unmute yourself using the dial pad on your telephone set. All right, let's see here. This is sometimes a little challenging. It's a 2-step process for those who are calling in. They do need to unmute and *6 one last time. Otherwise, we'll have to go to the next caller. I'm sorry. All right. Well, there we go. Hello. Welcome.
Okay. Hello. Yes. Good evening, Mayor Robertson and City Council members. I'd like to update you on a couple of issues. The first is that the U.S. Forest Service for Los Padres is going to chemically spray for so-called invasive weeds. Many toxic chemicals are planned for usage. I have been working with Congressman Panetta's office to try and curtail this disastrous plan because Plastic Creek is a hibernation spot for the monarchs and milkweed grows there. They plan to spray around that area, and Roundup has been recorded drifting up to 5 miles in 5-mile-per-hour winds. Pampas grass is one of the target plants. Every few years they spray for its removal, but it still thrives despite the invisible harm the sprays create. In the draft EIS, I asked how they can come to the conclusion that these chemicals cause no significant harm when they can't possibly test every insect, bird, or animal that ingests these chemicals. They just repeat themselves like a broken record. No significant harm. No significant harm. I'd like to note that Roundup is associated with lymphomas, and how it works on plants is that it deprives them of their ability to uptake nutrients. Blood samples taken from people reveal almost all of us have Roundup swirling around in us, and enough is enough, and still it goes on. Secondly, wild horses and burros are under their final stages of extinction due to BLM's corruption and lies. A terrible budget plan gives BLM $100 million to sterilize and yank out the ovaries of mares with our tax dollars. Wild horses and burros are a cure for wildfires because they keep fuel loads in forest town, as our deer, elk, and other herbivore populations plummet from many forms of mad cow disease and poaching, and et cetera, horses thrive. Unlike cattle, they recede what they eat, keeping everything in cyclical balance. They are not overpopulated, and when last did you see one? Congressman Panetta is a wonderful and compassionate defender of our wildlife, and I wish to publicly thank him for his efforts. Please support his efforts with your own. Thank you.
Okay, I think that was Lorna, and we thank Lorna for sharing tonight. Nat, anyone else? Nat, you're muted.
Sorry, thank you, Lorna, and sorry about that. I have to remember to unmute myself.
That's the first time ever, I think. I do it all the time.
Yeah, it happens often.
Happens to the best of us, right?
Yep. Our next caller is area code 650, and the last 3 is 366. If you could please unmute yourself. And you can do that by dialing *6.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, this is Jean Rash of Monterey Vista. I just hope we can re-agendize finishing the neighborhood small cell tower policies and procedures that the community and the city worked so hard on. It's my understanding that we're very close to having it final, and it did not make the list when you all met to figure out your your highest priorities, and certainly there have been so many, but we've invested tens of thousands of dollars on Attorney Van Etten and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of volunteer citizens' time, and all the city staff, the attorney and Kim, and everybody works so hard. It just seems so wasteful and frustrating to not finalize the neighborhood small cell tower procedures that we need, and I'm sure will be mentioned again on the appeal. But please, if we can't just get that re-agendized. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Great. Thank you, Jean. All right. Let's see if anyone else, we don't have any other folks who have raised their hand. So that's it for items not on today's agenda.
All right, and we always appreciate people's input. So we did have a closed session, and what would be our announcement from closed session, please?
Yes. So the matter was entitled Daniel Mahoney versus City of Monterey et al. This was a workers' compensation conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. And on a unanimous roll call vote, the City Council gave confidential direction to their legal counsel.
Good, and thank you, Clementine. We appreciate that. So I think we'll go ahead to our public hearing. The first one is an ordinance amending the city code to create a definition of cannabis and cannabis products. And without further ado, I want to turn it over to our compassionate city staff, who will make a presentation for everyone. So with that, Hans, please take her away.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item has been reviewed by the Planning Commission, and it's now reaching your level for the first reading of, by title only, of an ordinance. And without further ado, I think I just pitch it over to our senior associate planner, Chris Schmidt, who has chaperoned the whole process throughout the past months.
Well, thank you for the introduction, Hans. Yes, let me just share my screen. Okay, so yes, we're looking at the first reading of an ordinance amendment to allow a new use to be added to the city code, and that is a agricultural testing laboratory use, which also includes cannabis. So just a bit of background. So if the council remembers, towards the end of 2019, staff received an inquiry into whether or not cannabis use would be allowed in the industrial zone. Staff did not find that it was permitted, and that decision was appealed to the Planning Commission and Council. The council, both the Planning Commission and Council ultimately decided that this use should be allowed, and staff brought forward an ordinance to basically have a temporary moratorium on commercial cannabis, which would give staff time to prepare the policy that we're reviewing today. And then in October 27th of this year, the Planning Commission did consider a draft ordinance and made some changes to the one that staff recommended, and had made a recommendation to the City Council for adoption of the ordinance we're reviewing today. Just a little more background information. This is the state law minimum requirements for cannabis businesses. Number one, no alcohol or tobacco sales are allowed on site. Number two, they must be more than 600 feet away from schools, daycare centers, or youth centers. Three is they must comply with hazardous materials requirements. Number four is they must have standard operating procedures for chain of custody control. And this means when samples are transported, they have to have a logging system to log each chain of custody, movement of the sample, basically. 5 is the samples must be transported by a licensed business, meaning licensed by the state as a cannabis business. No sales or distribution of cannabis or cannabis products are allowed on site. And then lastly, they must maintain records for a minimum of 7 years in the case that state licensures need to review those records. So I've broken down the draft ordinance into 5 basic points. So we'll start with the addition of a definition for cannabis products, and then an addition of an industrial use classification of agricultural testing labs, which includes cannabis. And then we have outlined a process to require use permits for these types of businesses. And then supplementary regulations for labs that are specifically testing cannabis. And then lastly, an exemption for cannabis testing labs from the nuisance section of the code, which currently prohibits cannabis businesses. So here we see the definitions that would be added to the code. Basically, these first 3 definitions for cannabis products, and cannabis testing laboratories are taken straight out of state law, and I do have a slide for those if the council would like to see it, but it's a bit convoluted, so I'll skip it for now. The next use the use classification is the agricultural testing laboratory use, which would be added to the code. So this is basically the regulatory testing and reporting of agricultural products for a number of different things, such as heavy metals, microbial impurities, mycotoxins, residual pesticides, solvents, and processing chemicals. And again, this does include cannabis testing labs. So as I mentioned, this new use is proposed for the industrial zone, and here in this purple color, you do see all of the industrial zones throughout the city. We've got the Garden Road area, and I will note on the south side of Garden Road, that's our multifamily overlay that the council had approved, I believe, last year. And then there's a location along Highway 68, and then there's the Ryan Ranch area. So moving on to the supplemental regulations that are specific to cannabis labs. Cannabis and cannabis products shall not be visible off-site, from the outside or off-site, and there's no consumption allowed on site. These labs are closed to the public and should be and are required to be posted with signage. There is no trespassing. Loading activities are limited from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. And these labs should be just similar to state law. Should not be closer than 600 feet to daycare centers, preschools, K through 12 schools, or youth centers. And here's that same map graphic. I did add just some of these crosshatch overlays that show where known existing schools or daycares are. We've got the Shoreline and Calvary churches, which have a Sunday school program, as well as the Ryan Ranch Daycare Center on the far right of that graphic. Continuing the supplemental regulations, so a use permit is required for cannabis labs, all labs, but cannabis labs will be required to provide evidence and will have to maintain their testing accreditation that's consistent with state requirements. They'll have to provide to city staff those standard operating procedures of how the lab will be operated, how samples will be transported, and their methods for testing and disposal of samples, and all aspects of their business. They will have to provide a security plan, and this includes things like security staff, whether they will be armed staffed, whether there will be cameras and where those cameras will be, how they're going to save that information, and how they're going to also make it available to staff. And then lastly, staff is requesting that these businesses provide an employee list specifically for their management staff in the event of an emergency, really more of a contact of their staff purpose. And then moving on, the businesses must maintain records and must provide them to city staff or the police department within 24 hours of request. And they must report crimes to the police department within that same time period. And then lastly, failure to comply constitutes a nuisance under the nuisance section of the code, which could be subject to reopening of the use permit or code compliance actions such as fines or those types of things. And then the last amendment has to do with, as I mentioned, the exemption of these types of businesses in the nuisance code. Basically, these types of businesses with a valid use permit approved by the city, as well as a current business license, would be exempt from the nuisance section of the code. So that concludes my presentation. Staff's recommendation is to consider this first reading of the ordinance amendment. I'm available for questions, and I hope that you enjoyed this presentation. Thank you.
Well, yes, we did, Chris, and thank you. Very succinct and to the point. And this is really as a result of a lab that we had made an application from Ryan Ranch, and also the request of especially Councilmember Alan Hoffa to take a look at cannabis operations, testing, and so on in the city. So this is just another step along the path of exploring that. So, and we thank you, Alan. Hans, is the lab in Ryan Ranch that was approved, is that an operation?
To the best of my knowledge, it's not an operation yet.
Okay. Yeah, because when they did make their presentation, they really included a lot of the elements that Chris outlined in his presentation with respect to security, hours of operation, and so on. And I know many of us were thinking this is a high-tech, a needed use that we wanted to encourage in the city. Any questions before we see if there's public comment? Question, please, Councilmember Tyler.
Yeah, just actually kind of following up on the question that you just posed. I'm just kind of wondering what the status of Greenbelt Lab application is with the city.
I think, to the best of my knowledge, it is not licensed by the state yet. That is, I think, the status of that lab. If Chrissy or Kim have more information, please let us know.
I'm happy to add, so Coverton Lab obtained and completed all its building permits in probably June and July. So they are operational as a laboratory. And so if you go up there, you can see the business. When as part of this agenda item, I contact Covington Labs, and they're still going through the state process. So they have all their city permits that they can operate, and they've had those since early summer, and they're still working through their state licensing.
Oh, so as far as we know, they're still interested in doing business within the city.
They very much are, and in fact, they participated in the Planning Commission hearing, and they're very interested in opening the cannabis testing part of their business as well. But they're operational as a testing lab today.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Kim and Hans.
Great to know. Any other questions before we go to the public? All right, so do we have any public comment? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Dan.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I had my video off.
Yes.
I do have a question. How close is this facility to the Ohana Child Adolescents House, Ohana House? Is it anywhere near that building? No.
No, it's much further up in Ryan Ranch. So the Ohana site's at 6 Lower Ragsdale, and the other site's up on Upper Ragsdale.
Okay, thank you. That's all. That's the only question I have.
Okay, good question. Let's find out then, Nat, are you doing that for us this evening to see if there's any public comment?
Yes, and we currently have one, and the lower third caption has been on. So we'll take Esther Malkin's feedback first.
Okay, welcome, Esther.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see
Hi.
you all. The band's still together and going to be getting back to work as usual. So real quick, I'm sure you guys got a chance to read the email I sent you all about this. I really like the idea of us doing more of the lab side of this as opposed to the retail part. I think that, you know, the retail aspect of it is more problematic. You know, we've got on the peninsula already more retail shops than we could keep in business, frankly, especially now. But I think this is new, you know, a little bit of a newer side. It's not the grower side, which, you know, there are some vineyards that we're losing now to cannabis. And that's, you know, we've spent decades building up this area as a wine country, and now we're losing a bunch of vineyards to cannabis. And I think this whole lab side of it, and this analyzing thing, is really a really good way to go to kind of, you know, capitalize on that industry without going the retail route. If at some point, you know, the retail route is considered for our city, because obviously everybody is in need of some income, I just would like to point out to everybody that the retail, you know, stores that are in place already are expensive. I mean, I don't know if you've visited them or you know, if the people that you know that have used the cannabis that is sold at retail, I guarantee you that people that are low income cannot afford that. So at some point, retailers need to try and find a way to make it affordable, because otherwise it's really just kind of an elitist kind of industry as on the legal side, which is why the black market is still thriving. So I just wanted to point that out, that I think for the city, it's a good route to be looking at things like this and consider, you know, less attention be given to the retail side, because all our other neighbors on the peninsula are doing that already. And I'd be very interested to see how many of the existing retailers are going to be around and making a profit in another couple of years. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Esther. We appreciate you calling in. And on item 12, we have no other callers or public commenters.
Good. As always, we appreciate Esther's emails and comments. Are there any questions from the council? Are we ready to pass the ordinance? Councilmember Ed, please. Unmute, please, Ed. Ed, unmute.
Yep, sorry about that. So I want to point out on page 121 of the packet, I need a clarification. Packet page 121, item 3, and it's talking about the hours of operations, unloading activities and such. It refers to or cannabis products shall be conducted between the hours of 6 a.m. and 9. That's a shall be conducted during that period of time. I think it needs to be language that is the hours are limited to, not that it shall be operated between 6 and 9.
Mm-hmm.
Just a minor thing. Next page, packet page 122 on section 6. The police chief, I'm sure, has probably weighed in on this. The question I have is, there's nothing that's defined in here, and I'm sure it'd be in the safety plan, but there's nothing in here that requires a period of retention. As we know, audio, video, technology, cloud services, security systems are all rapidly changing, and they're not the same that they were, 2 months ago or 2 years ago. The old days of VHSs in a 7-Eleven, then you pull it out and you hand it over to the cop or gone. I think there needs to be something else in here that talks about the period of time that the record must be retained, so that they don't have a short frame. We get an issue and an investigation is underway, and that period of, say, 4 days or 6 days or 7 days has passed it by. So I think that this section needs to have something in there. It looks like the chief has is opened up, and he might have a comment about that. But just the period of retention is the point.
Okay, good. Well, could we get a response to that from our staff then, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's mentioned under item 5C, but I hand it over to Chief Holber.
Yeah, well, I agree. I think that's a great point that the council member makes, and perhaps we should have that in there, but we could include it and will include it in the security plan. And I'm thinking, Chrissy, I don't know if you have a thought on that. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, my reference was to 5C, where we basically require as part of the security plan to provide to the chief of police also the storage of samples and records, and that's where we can enter that. On the other hand, we can also make it an explicit point, but I just wanted to say that we thought about that.
Yeah, the Business and Professions Code does require maintenance of records for a minimum of 7 years. Any records related to commercial cannabis activity. So I think between those two things, it covers it.
Well, I would offer that it should be in the ordinance so everybody can see that.
Sure.
So it shouldn't be a document that we have an ordinance and a whereas and a security plan, and who's going to look at the security plan. I think we need to be a little more clear and have all that loaded up in the ordinance.
Is there any downside or any problem to doing what Councilmember Ed is requesting?
We don't typically recodify state law requirements in our city code because our code would just be huge and duplicative. So the state law is sort of the minimum thresholds, and the state's allowed us to have additional requirements if we want to have those. But if you want us to put it in, we can put it in.
Ed, how long are you talking about a retention? What, a month, 2 months,
Well,
2
it
days?
sounds like the business code is saying 7 years.
Okay.
Okay, so we follow the guidelines of the business and professions code, I guess it is, or the cannabis business code. But if something gets changed by that, and they reduce it down to 2 years, then we're back to saying, well, what we should have. But I think the security plan, I just think it needs to be in there, and I think at least a minimum of 1 year retention. I don't know. The chief's probably going to know more about what he's thinking, but it's got to be retained certainly well past the normal period of 30 days, 6 months, or 1 year. 7 years is what the state is now.
Okay, Councilmember Allen.
Yeah, so I would like to support Councilmember Ed, but it would be helpful for me if the chief or city attorney could maybe give us some direction on how we might modify this in a way that would be reasonable and would meet what Councilmember Ed is speaking to.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would suggest that we just add under item 6, where it says all business surveillance records shall be made available within 24 hours of a request, that we just add a sentence there, also specifying the retention period for surveillance records. And that can be whatever period of time you'd like to designate. It could be longer than 7 years if you like, or shorter.
Well, I don't see any justification for more than 7. I mean, I was thinking, statute of limitation for almost everything involving this is probably going to be 3 years, but I'm not in the business anymore. I just want to make sure that our officers in the business have the tools to recover and recapture. And I don't know if that's 1 year or 2 years. I don't know. I just know it needs to say something about it.
Could we say something like, a minimum of, we want to make sure then that it's at least 3 years, but we don't want to make it so excessive that it ends up being cost prohibitive, but we want to make sure that it meets law enforcement's needs.
I would be comfortable with 1 year retention. I know that there is a lot of cost because I think they're going to have 24-hour video, which is going to be very difficult and expensive to store. So usually we just want to make sure that if a crime is reported, we have the ability to go back and find that. So I'd be comfortable with 1 year.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that's reasonable. Can I ask for your indulgence on one more comment before there's a motion and we get to a vote?
Absolutely.
I want to point out in the whereases, the very first section, that it states in the last sentence, federal law is enforceable despite state law. And how ironic that is, and how confusing that is.
Yes.
And how very difficult this is for me to reconcile that we're talking about something in the state of California, but yet at any moment with any change of interest with an attorney general in the federal system, that they then could take action in the state of California. So I just wish that we had an alignment. You all know the direction that I would go. And as I said before, I did not support this. I won't support it tonight, but I just wanted to point out that we are acting on legislation that puts California in alignment with California law, but is contrary to federal law.
Got it. I think there's 22 states that have legalized marijuana at this point, something like that.
I think it's 11.
11. Hey, Ed, you can't amend an ordinance that you're not going to vote for.
What's already done because you took my suggestions. Now we're going to vote.
That is good.
I'm just trying to be in all fairness, trying to be a good player.
No, thank you. No, your input is so valuable. We really appreciate it. I don't know where the police chief went, but thank you for being on top of this, Chief, and Monterey Police Department, and on top of cahoots and on top of rallies where political parties and people are scuffling, and you really avoided a huge confrontation. And thank you for talking to neighbors who have neighborhood concerns. I write you all the time, but I really wanted to take advantage of this to say thanks and just give an example of everything that our police department does. And we're looking forward to hearing a report in an upcoming meeting so people can really realize what a model of community policing that we have here in Monterey.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
And share the council's appreciation to your folks, please. All right, other questions? Are we ready to pass the ordinance with the suggestion included by Councilmember Ed?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the ordinance as presented with the amendment of 1 year retention of records as recommended by the police chief.
Okay, excellent. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second, more discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Yes, Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
and Councilmember Roberson.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I got it wrong. Councilmember Williamson should have been next. Excuse me.
Oh, that's it.
That's what I thought it was, but yes.
Councilmember Albert.
Yes.
My brain is playing tricks on me. And Mayor Roberson.
Yes.
Thank
Well,
you.
I have been both. So, and I will have to figure out which one is the higher office someday. I can tell you the one that takes less work. Good, thank you. And we'll be hearing more about the whole cannabis progress a little bit later, because one of the things we want to do in Monterey is to make sure that our populace is aboard, everyone's super informed, and there are no surprises. And we want as much public input as possible. And we'll be hearing more about that on item 14. Item 13 is an appeal of a personal wireless facility at the Portola Hotel and Spa. And we'll want to look at how we're going to conduct this. First thing we're going to do is to find out if the council has had any ex parte disclosures. In other words, have any of our council members talked to any of the parties outside of this council meeting, which is perfectly fine. You just need to let the public know if we've had any council meetings, ex parte disclosures at this time. I don't. Anyone? No? Okay. Then secondly, we're going to have a staff presentation and council questions of staff. That's our next step. So Hans, we'll turn it over to your very considerate staff to share with us, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Smith just pointed out federal law, and
Yes.
what is coming up in front of you is also something that has something to do with federal regulations. And with that, I punt it over to our Community Development Director, Kimberly Cole.
Thank you, Hans and City Council. This evening we'll be presenting to you an appeal for 2 Portola Plaza, which is the Portola Plaza Hotel and a wireless facility that's proposed on that site. Before I introduce our consultant team that's helped us with this application, I did want to point out that the Planning Commission hosted 2 public hearings on this agenda item. And as part of that, there were 5 RF reports, which are the radio frequency reports that were prepared. There were 3 with the initial submittal, which included the applicant's RF report, an independent analysis by our city RF engineer, which is Lee Offerbach, and he is on the this meeting as well. And then the other initial one was one that looked at the cumulative impact with adjacent facilities, and that was with the initial application that went to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission, after hearing the questions for the public, requested additional RF analysis. The applicant prepared that additional RF analysis, and that was also peer reviewed by Mr. Offenbach. So your staff report, the attachment to the resolution, and includes many pages of RF analysis and consistency determination. And the RF engineers will be on this call this evening, and if you have specific questions about radio frequency exposure, they're here and can answer that for you. So with that, I'm going to start off by introducing Jerry Hittleman with Rincon Consultants, who helps the city staff with wireless applications, and then you can also see Lee Offerbach from CTC Technology and Energy, and Mr. Offerbach is a RF engineer. So Jerry, please take it away.
Okay. Thank you, Kim. I just shared a PowerPoint. I hope you all can see it. So good evening, Mayor and council members. As pointed out, this is an appeal of a use permit for a wireless facility. And what I'll do tonight is go through the project location, the history, a project description, the basis for the appeal, and then our staff recommendation at the end. So as you are probably all familiar, this is the Portola Hotel, and the facility is on the roof. There's been antennas on the roof of this hotel for around 30 years now. So 1991, AT&T was approved for rooftop panel antennas and support equipment. There were some modifications made to that equipment in 2010, 2011, 2016, where the city approved various upgrades to the existing facility. As Kim pointed out, we had our second Planning Commission hearing on October 27th. There was one prior to that in the beginning of October, and the Planning Commission did recommend approval. Then the project was appealed on October 30th. So real briefly, the project description is removal of the 9 existing panel antennas, installation of new upgraded antennas. There'll also be some new associated support equipment. The ownership of the hotel is Custom House Hotel LP. The applicant representing AT&T is James Phillips of Mastec. The carrier is New Singular Wireless PSC LLC, which is a subsidiary of AT&T, which is the umbrella company. Zoning is Visitor Accommodation Facilities District, and it's, again, general plan designation is commercial. So the purpose of the upgrade is to improve 4G service. It's also to install FirstNet, First Responders 4G network. So we're not looking at 5G with this proposal. because you can see, I'll show you that it's an expanded, they're spreading the antennas out a little bit. It is a different lease area than the existing. So it is being processed as a new facility. There's a 150-day shot clock, and the shot clock expires December 7th. So again, here's the Portola Hotel complex. The antennas are on the rooftop. You can see on the right-hand side that we have 3 antennas in this direction, then another array of 3 pointing to the south, and then another array of 3 pointing to the east. So again, the left is the existing. Here, again, you can see the 3 antennas arrayed in different parts of the roof. And what they're doing is just replacing those antennas, and they'll be spreading them out, as you can see on the right-hand side, just a little bit in all cases, but basically in the same location. They'll be behind what's called a fiberglass reinforced plastic screen. So the public will not see these antennas, and they have not been seen since they were first put on the building 30 years ago. So here's just a display of what it'll look like. Here's the existing antennas on the top, and you can see they're just arrayed in a little bit different arrangement. They'll be behind a screen, so you will not be able to see these antennas. And basically the hotel will look exactly the same. The white areas you see up above here are the FRP screens. So the antennas are behind those screens. Now we do have an appeal, as you saw in the staff report, with a wide array of appeal issues, anywhere from mischaracterization and blocking of disabled rights like ADA, Fair Housing Act, building code compliance, the responsible owner name was questioned, whether there was, I'm not going to read all of these, but improper CEQA exemption was stated. Also the applicant's unwillingness to alter the project. There was some question about the 5th generation wireless 5G. Again, this is just a 4G project. There are some questions about the city appeal process. I won't go through all of these. We are available to answer questions on any of these issues. I'll just hit some of the highlights, so we won't be here too late. One of the appellant issues was disabled rights. They felt that the project violates ADA and the Fair Housing Act. Again, there's no evidence found that ADA regulates radio frequency, sensitivity, or sickness. We have an RF study, and the project, again, as Kim pointed out, we'll go through it, complies with FCC regulations. We had the third-party review by CTC Technologies. Then there is a section in the Federal Telecommunications Act which preempts cities from denying a wireless project based on RF emissions if the RF emissions meet the FCC regulations. So there are other things you can focus on, like whether the antennas are a visual eyesore or are ruining a scenic area, but you cannot deny it based on non-compliance with or compliance with FCC regulations. Here's a horizontal RF exposure pattern shown from the antennas. So the antennas will go to the south, east, and west in this direction. I should point out that in this direction, it'll go directly over the roof out. Here we have a 4 to 5 story building, and it'll be projecting over a 2-story building. So there's no question there. The only question was really to the south, where you do have it projecting above, as you'll see, some hotel rooms, but kind of pointed in that direction. So that's where some of the questions came up on the RF compliance with the RF regulations. And here's a vertical RF exposure pattern from that southern exposure. So the yellow points out that that will be the occupational hazard limit. So we'll have signage up on the roof to make sure that none of the people who are working on the roof are affected by the RF emissions. And then this is the public limit. And as you can see in the hotel rooms below, they will not be above the FCC limits. They'll be at about 50%, 72%, and then 39%. And again, we do have the RF engineers on board if you want to have any questions about this figure or any of the RF exposure issues. The RF studies are attached to the City Council packet as Exhibit A through G, as Kim pointed out, pages 158 through 205. And we do have various conditions also that were recommended through the RF study, that the roof access be locked and prohibited authorization access to the roof to the public, that there be training for roof workers and RF safety procedures. There'll be signage posted on the roof to make sure that it's safe. And we will have the submission of a post-construction RF report, which is one of the conditions, to make sure that what you're seeing tonight is actually what is going to be built on the building and when the project is completed. And the city will not allow the project to go into operation until this report is submitted and everything is shown to be exactly as you'll see it tonight. Another appellant issue was the owner and tenant names, the use of correct owner and tenant names. Originally, there was some question. The application said Custom House LP. That was clarified. Now we know that it's Custom House Hotel LP. It's the correct owner name. There was some confusion about New Singular Wireless, whether that was AT&T, and that's been clarified. And we do have an application form on file with the city with the correct names as shown here. Another issue was whether this project is exempt from CEQA. And that was questions. We used CEQA guidelines, section 15303 for new small facilities. Even though they're existing, they're changing them out. So we looked under this CEQA exemption category. And this section has been affirmed through many court challenges. One of them is called Don't Sell Our Parks versus City of San Diego. 2018, California Court of Appeal affirmed that under this section, even a 35-foot monopole and support equipment for a wireless facility is exempt under section 15303. And I should point out that in the city, we've used this section quite a bit for other projects. One was at 8 Upper Rigsdale, which was a similar project, which was replacement of antennas on existing office building. There are some alternatives you can consider tonight. The City Council may elect to approve the appeal as proposed, approve the appeal with modifications to the project, or approve the appeal and deny the project. A denial of the project must be in writing and supported by substantial evidence in the record. And again, per FCC rules, a denial cannot be based on RF emissions. So in our conclusion and recommendation, staff acknowledges the appellant's reasons for the appeal. We don't want to see anybody being damaged or getting sick from these type of facilities, but it is regulated by the federal government. And the proposed project complies with the Monterey Municipal Code, CEQA, the FCC RF regulations. Again, you cannot deny it based on RF emissions if they meet the FCC requirements. And with that, staff recommends that the City Council deny the appeal, affirm the Planning Commission decision, and adopt a resolution approving the use permit. So with that, we're open for questions. We have all the experts here to help you with anything you might have in terms of FCC regulations. Thank you.
I think we lost the mayor. Yeah. I think we give him a second to come in.
I just spoke with the mayor. His screen froze and he's having problems, so he's going to come right back with us as soon as possible.
Should we move on? I'll ask a question before the mayor comes.
Yeah, well, why don't you go ahead, Dan?
Okay, thanks. Can you just, I'm still not quite clear what the first responder for 4G is. Can you explain that to me again? Who does it service? What's the explanation behind it? Somebody?
Yes, thank you for the question. The applicant is actually very familiar with the 4G first responder network, but it's basically for emergency purposes for the fire department, for a police department, for other emergency services to be on their own bandwidth and network. And it's very important for in case of an earthquake, a seismic event, anything that might happen, them to have their own band and to have, so they're not relying just on the typical cellular network.
Is that part of the upgrade, or is it already there and you're upgrading that particular system, or are they adding this to the system itself?
I believe they are adding this to the
Okay,
system.
so it's not there, it's not available now, it will be.
Correct.
And- okay, that was my question.
Do we have other questions?
Yes, Ellen.
Pardon my interruption. I just, I'm not sure that the mayor can hear everything that's being said. And so for the fairness of the process, we should probably either wait till he comes back or
I see him on, but I agree. I'm not sure if he can hear.
let me
Yeah,
try
she's
to
muted.
call him again real quick. I'll be.
Let me make a comment that's not going to be germane to the hearing. On the FirstNet, AT&T was selected in the state of California as a provider for public safety, and FirstNet requires the 4G, I believe, for it to operate. And so it enables, in the time of crisis and emergencies, that can shift the public safety to have the ability to make sure that their cell connections don't go down, not just to cell phones, but the ability through laptops and radio.
Councilman Ed, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I do think that is germane. I think the mayor may want to hear that. So till we, let's just pause the conversation till we hear whether Chrissy or the mayor.
Yeah, I did just talk with him, and he is actually present and can hear everything. His mouse isn't working, so he can't unclick his mute button and show his video. So he's hearing everything, and he's in the background going to switch his computer. So he's fine with it carrying on.
Okay, Councilman Ed, if you want to kind of just restate your point, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just kind of trying to offer some entertainment and filler, nothing that was going to require anybody taking notes. Dan, you behave. So my role on the League of California Cities Public Safety Committee gave me the opportunity to be front and center with some presentations and the process for the selection of FirstNet AT&T. And it's been statewide projects going on for several years, and finally getting down to the contracts were signed and FirstNet is implementing, and throughout the state a variety of upgrades have to take place. But the infrastructure behind the scenes in the event of emergencies place public safety as the high priority. And it's not, I mean, the public may think, well, gee, it's just a cell phone. The officers, fire, police, emergency, ambulance, they still have their radios, right? Well, the technology is offering its narrow banding. It's part of P25 that started I don't know, Lee, you could probably tell us 10 years ago, 8 years ago for narrow banding. So it's been a long, long project and a long process for public safety in the narrow banding arena. And now the FirstNet is just a part of it.
Thank you, Councilman Ed. So do we have any other questions for staff before we go ahead, Dan?
Yeah, Councilmember Allen, I still have one or two more. Outside of the first responders 4G, is this new system only going to help the current hotel, or is it a circle of coverage throughout the downtown area? Is it just the hotel?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Albert. I believe it is for a wider area than just the hotel. I know before we had the hospital, Chomp Hospital, and that was mainly for the hospital and a little bit beyond that, but this is for a larger area to make sure that they can still provide data. And there's a big demand for data services as people use their phones for video and so forth. And that's why you're seeing so many upgrades and all the different uses you can do with your phone these days.
So I assume that it will help the coverage in our conference center then. I'm making that assumption.
I believe so. The conference center is actually fairly close. That's right.
And this is, even though I know that the RF is not a part of this, but this is something I'm just curious. Does a hotel have to inform the guests that they're being exposed to RF or any high levels of RF?
I'm not sure. Maybe one of our.
I don't think so. I just thought maybe somebody offhand.
I've never been informed, and I've been in hotels that have that. So.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind. It doesn't matter.
So Alan, I did have one question on a technical side.
Go ahead.
Part of the presentation showed the percentages on, I think it was the front-facing rooms, and there was a figure of 50% and 72% and 39%. Then there was that yellow zone that was basically the occupational hazardous area. So when we talk about 50% of RF or 72% of RF, what is that number and how far away is it from the FCC standard or limit?
Yeah,
so just a quick, math run through.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. I'll hand that over to Mr. Afflerbach, who's our city's RF engineer.
Okay, I'm here on the East Coast. I don't know if the answer is the 50% is truly 50% limit. In other words, that is the aggregate limit of all the RF that is assumed to be there that's calculated, which generally we find we actually measure it is below the calculated. So the calculated is the worst case. And one of the things we have recommended is that testing be performed on this system, assuming it's approved, to verify that we do not exceed those limits. But to answer your question specifically, this is for the general public, and that number is 50% of what the FCC maximum value is aggregate from all those antennas. That there's multiple antennas there, multiple frequencies. That's the summation of power that's actually received there.
So the follow-up question to that is, so what is that number that, so if I said it's 100%, what's the FCC say is the most it can be as an aggregate in that area? So if somebody was staying in a hotel room there, what's the number that the FCC would say it's too high?
Well, it really, given it depend on that because it really depends on the frequencies and such. There's an FCC document that tells you how to compute it, but just throw the number out, it's roughly in the order of 1 milliwatt is what we're looking at, is it should not exceed that number, but it varies over frequency range, so it's not an absolute there. But what they do is they've defined based on studies that have been made what the value a heat value is acceptable. And in this case, the numbers that we calculated and also the applicant's engineer fall within those guidelines. I want to point out, though, that the concern we had for this particular facility is that these antennas are very narrow beam width. Talk about coverage. The coverage is really defined by that. And the concern that I had when I reviewed this was to make sure that those antennas are aimed in the proper directions. Our calculations are all based on the beam locations. And so that's one of the reasons we felt it needed to be evaluated. But as proposed, these will fall within the FCC guidelines.
Okay, so for the simple person that looked at 50%, 72%, and 39%, and I went to PG High, so I was not good at math. I understand 50%. 70% is a better number because it's 72% of a big number, and 39% is below the 50% mark. So all three of those are outside of the danger zone. But the one that's the lowest figure is actually 72%.
Right, that's the worst case, and that number comes if you're up there standing on the balcony, leaning right there. It immediately, of course, falls back with any glass or anything like that. So we took the absolute worst case.
Yeah, and I appreciate that because I did have a couple emails and some phone calls that were trying to understand it, and the 72% looked to the layman to be awfully close to 100%. So the concern was, well, what happens if something goes wrong with it and all of a sudden they're at 100%? And that's actually not the truth. That it's the other way. The math is sliding away.
Exactly. Yeah. We wanted to point this out. As you're aware, and we're all aware, I think the citizens have been concerned about this matter, and we wanted to really tie it down. And that's why we had all these studies that went on here, and we all concur that this does meet the FCC, falls within the FCC guidelines, and we further concur that we want to check it out thoroughly when it's put in place.
Yeah. Thank you, Lee. I appreciate your help.
Are there any other, Councilman Tyler?
Yeah, so I have a few questions. I'll start out by asking, because this has come from the Planning Commission, so what findings did when it went to that first vote and it ended up 3-3, what findings did the commissioners who were opposing the permitting identify, if any?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Williamson. They were focused on the FCC regulations and the RF emissions, and that's their basis for the denial. So once it was pointed out by one of the planning commissioners that you cannot, as I pointed out, deny a project based on a project that actually complies with FCC regulations, they decided to reconsider their vote. So that was pretty much how it went, unless the city attorney wants to add something. But that's how I recall it.
Right. We reiterated to the commission that the findings had to be based on substantial evidence in the record and to support their findings. And then after that point, there was a motion for reconsideration to approve, with one commissioner dissenting and one commissioner unable to participate.
Okay, and so this kind of leads to my next question, which is what happens if we move forward without appropriate finding? Like, let's say we, as a council, decide to come up with something, we throw, something at the wall and it isn't appropriate, but we think it is. What happens after we make that decision? As far as legalities, action by AT&T, what happens after we make a decision that's not based on substantial findings as indicated?
I'll pass that one to the city attorney.
There could be judicial remedies, and there could be a action to try to overturn the council's denial based on inadequate findings in the record. If they say that there wasn't substantial evidence to support the findings, it could be overturned.
And I imagine that it's likely that they'll probably end up getting what they want, and it'll probably cost the city a good chunk of money as far as staff time and such.
Right. It depends. Yes, it will cost time and money. I believe there is a defense and indemnity agreement. I'd have to look at it when the applicant applies for the use permit, so that some of that cost burden may be shifted to the applicant.
Okay. So if the antenna is being installed for 4G, allowed for a switch of the flip to 5G, as indicated in the staff report, would AT&T or any other carrier have to get approval from the city first?
So if they change out the antennas, that will be an amendment to the use permit, and they'll have to come in and amend the use permit.
I think the claim being made is that the antennas that are being installed are outfitted to allow for 5G, and it would be a flip of the switch to simply allow it. So it wouldn't be an installation of new antennas, which would make sense. Kim, I understand what you're saying, but that I'm just trying to ask a question in response to the issue that's being raised. If hypothetically speaking, these antennas allowed for 5G but didn't actually initiate 5G without the flip of a switch, would they have to get permission from the city before that was executed?
Yes, I mean, if they are changing the technology, with the flip of the switch, which would change the analysis of the RF reports, which would change the functionality of the antennas, they would need to come in and get an amendment. And, I think that amendment, if there's no physical change, then it probably would be a supplemental RF report, and that would be a public hearing in front of the Planning Commission.
Okay, and then a follow-up to that, because there was also a claim similarly about surveillance. So would FirstNet have to get permission from the city first before executing any surveillance actions?
That was a very, I'm not sure how to respond to the question about surveillance, there is no surveillances that I'm aware of with these antennas.
Councilmember, are you talking about electronic surveillance, video surveillance? I must have missed that.
The report, give me one.
Yeah, I think that was an appeal issue about surveillance.
It was like one of the last, close to the end here. I'm scrolling down now.
Right.
In her list, it's number 18.
Number 18, that's correct. So yeah, I'm whatever she, and I guess maybe we can loop back to this, or Miss Beatty can make it part of her report when she's responding to maybe help clarify that, and maybe we can loop back around to that question.
Yeah, and I also think that we have a representative from AT&T there, and this is a great question for them to explain what kind of surveillance they may or may not have, capabilities they may or may not have.
Right. We do have 3 representatives from the applicant who will be on for 15 minutes up to.
Okay, that's all for now.
So if I can follow up on your question, Councilman Tyler, about the equipment, I'm not sure if I got an answer on whether this equipment does not have to be changed out to move into 5G. Does this equipment have to do that or not?
Yeah, Councilmember Albert, I think we'll best have the applicant address that, but I do know for 5G, it's not, you'll need a lot more components than just these antennas. You'll need a whole array of small cell antennas to truly go to 5G that have about a 400 to 500 foot range. So just this unit alone will not create 5G. You'll have to have a whole system.
That answers my question. So they have to add on to it in order to create the 5G.
Correct. And you'll see all those approvals come through the Planning Commission and possibly City Council.
And it sounds like they would need to get approval too, Dan.
Yeah.
And it's important to keep in mind that you need to analyze the application that's before you, which is for 4G. And the city doesn't have the ability to dictate what type of technology they're applying for. So that's just another framework to keep focused on.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
not
well,
sure. I saw the mayor's picture. I'm not sure if he has audio yet, Mr. Mayor. Are you
Yes,
able to
yes, I'm
Go
back. I
ahead.
switched
Yay.
computers. So thank you for carrying on. I did hear everything. I simply couldn't unmute or get the screen again. I think it might be good to, excellent questions, and some of those could be answered by the applicant. So why don't we go to the applicant, who would be next in our protocols, and have an applicant presentation, and we can ask some of these questions, these technical questions of the applicant. So who would be here to represent them, please?
Yep. My understanding is there are 3 representatives, one from AT&T and the other, all the applicant, Betty Saxon, James Phillip, and Bill Hammett. So we'll go ahead and allow all 3 who are here to speak, and they can decide in which order they like to go. And we'll also run a timer if I believe Mayor Roberson, we want to do 15 minutes, correct?
Yes, I think 15 minutes, because we have so much of this in writing already, and this would apply to the appellant as well.
Great.
James, would you like to go first?
And James just needs to unmute himself, and then we should be good to go. There we go. One more time. He's muted still. There we go.
Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Just making sure there's no back feed.
Nope, we can hear you clearly.
Awesome. Thank you very much for your time.
I'll go ahead and start the timer now. Thank you.
In regard to some of these questions regarding surveillance and FirstNet's capability, AT&T does not provide any actual service for FirstNet. They actually were awarded the contract federally with FirstNet to be the carrier to host the equipment that gives the FirstNet Corporation the technology ability to perform their public safety services. The city of Monterey is actually contracted directly with the FirstNet themselves for any monthly services that are subscribed to by fire department, police, EMS, and so forth. So in a nutshell, AT&T is just a host for equipment at this existing cell site on behalf of FirstNet, if that makes sense to everyone. In regard to 5G, this is a 4G application, as was previously stated, and AT&T does not have any intention at this time for a 5G application. In order for a 5G application to work, multiple small cells would have to be deployed out due to the frequency length of 5G. It only serves a purpose of up to possibly, say, 1,000 feet. So it would be more focused on an intersection in the city that might be overloaded due to heavy traffic. Putting a 5G network full blown on top of the hotel would do great for the rooftop of the hotel, and that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody else have any other questions for me? We also have Betty Saxton on, who is an AT&T representative as well, and then Bill Hammett, the RF engineer from Hammett Edison.
And I would ask, did you have a formal presentation, or are you just the 3 of you here to answer questions for us?
We are really basically here to answer your questions. I do want to do just a couple of points just as a follow-up. I think that just to clarify exactly who FirstNet Authority is, and that's a governmental agency. It's a governmental federal agency. And as Councilmember Smith stated earlier, AT&T won the contract. So any surveillance, anything that has to do with those antennas or what FirstNet has their own capability to look into a system and see how it's optimizing, how the network is working. What happens also in our network between FirstNet and commercial use
is that in case there's an emergency, FirstNet customers will have prioritization in the network. Their calls will go through first because it will be some sort of emergency. Our statewide customers, it's CAL FIRE's, California Office of Emergency Services, the CHP, and then our local customers are City of Monterey Police and Fire Department, Pacific Grove, Delray Oaks, Monterey Airport, just to name a few. So it's important that we, first of all, contractually to the FirstNet Authority, that we have to upgrade the network in order for it to work at its optimum. And then the other aspect that I wanted to bring up to you is concerning educational use. This year, more than ever, our network was tested, and especially in counties like Monterey, where kids, students, people were sent home to work due to COVID-19. And one of the major complaints that my office received was that there was not enough internet access. So we were able to ramp up, not necessarily through a wireline service, but we could ramp up through the wireless service. So families who didn't have a wireline, we worked with the school districts, we put out hotspots, and then these students were able to successfully connect. So I would just ask that you bear in mind that the community at large in the city of Monterey needs to continue to upgrade its network, not only for FirstNet, but also for education. So those are my points. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Betty.
Thank you.
This is Mayor Clyde. I would have a question. It's my understanding from the staff report that before you go into operation, there would be a check of the RF levels, correct? So the second question would be this whole idea of surveillance. Do carriers do a yearly check on RF, and where their antennas are being pointed, et cetera, to make sure everything is operating as approved?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, this is James from Mostec again.
Yes.
AT&T actually has the ability to, it's pretty much on a daily basis. They have feedback that comes from the cellular site to determine the performance of that cellular site. So if for something catastrophic were to happen, or the what they call the azimuth of the antenna changes, they would realize that their coverage area would fall. And so they get notified, you know, during weekly reports, daily reports, and even if there's an earthquake, or so to speak, usually the RAN engineers would go and actually look to make sure the cell sites are up and running, you know, and performing properly to ensure 911 services are still capable. So it's in AT&T's best interest to continually monitor to make sure that those directions of those antennas do not change. And in fact, we spend a lot of time on the pre-end of construction to verify exact directions and azimuth degrees, so to speak, of the antenna of where they need to be pointed. And so for the life of the cycle of this cell site, I believe the azimuth hasn't changed. And so it's been holding true to that point this entire time. It's been an establishment since 1991.
Oh, good. Thank you for that answer, because I know that we got an email from one of the members of the public, a really knowledgeable person. And he had asked, how do you make sure that it performs as installed? And I think you answered that question.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I was going to chime in. This is Bill Hammett. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of California. I own a firm of 18. We're located up near San Francisco. A regular part of our professional practice is the calculation and the measurement of radio frequency exposure conditions. It's been my principal focus for 35 years. During that time, over 20,000 site evaluations, and McGraw-Hill has published my book on this topic. I'm the author of the two reports, the RF studies that were submitted with the application, reviewed by CTC. Lee asked very pertinent questions. We provided supplemental information to further clarify our analysis. So I think the issue of compliance with the federal standard, with the FCC regulations, was thoroughly vetted out by the Planning Commission, and I agree with the staff's summation here that indeed it does comply with the FCC limits. I'm available as well. Just want to introduce myself should there be questions on that issue.
Good. Well, thank you for your answers. Is there any other council questions at this point for our three representatives of the applicants? And if not, we can go to the appellant, Ms. Beatty, and give her an opportunity to share. All right, so we'll invite Ms. Beatty to begin her presentation. Welcome.
Great. Just one moment. Let me disable those from the applicant, and then we'll see if Ms. Beatty has joined us, because she may be one of the callers, but we're not certain. So because she's not using her name. So bear with me for a moment.
Certainly can wait until you find it. I've already had my computer glitch on my home computer where my mouse stopped working. So hopefully I'm not looking at a new computer.
That's right. Well, we'll try line 1 first and see if she's on line 1.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is caller and user 1. So if you could please unmute yourself. Let's see if Ms. Beatty is on this line.
This is Nina Beatty. Am I coming through all right?
You're coming through great. Thank you.
Great. I may need additional time. I'll see how if the time goes as far as presenting the points that I wanted to raise, because I wanted to ask that also if I need additional time, because I'm already disadvantaged. This project affects my disability directly. And I wanted to raise initially a point of order. I did not see on the attachments with the agenda the plans, the RF reports, and other information the Planning Commission used for their decisions. And this information is critical for the council to make decisions rather than just getting minutes in a staff report. And in the Montage health antennas, that the council got full information on all the different documents that were submitted with that case.
Nina, Nina, this is Mayor Clyde. If you will hold on that, I believe they are attached, but we'll get your answer before you begin, please.
Okay.
So can one of our staff members address Ms. Beatty's question?
I'm happy to do that, Mayor. This is Kim Cole. Starting on page 152 of the packet is the Planning Commission resolution with exhibits A through G, and that ends on page 205 of the packet. And that's exhibit A to the resolution that the council is considering tonight, because basically we're recommending denial of the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission decision, which is attached to the record.
So did the documents contain all the RF reports that were considered by the Planning Commission?
Yes, it includes all of the RF reports. There are 5 of them.
All right, all right.
All right, Nino, with that, would you go ahead and make your presentation, please? Again, remembering we have read it and we do have it in writing.
Okay. I wanted to repeat what City Code Section 38-111 says about the authority of an appellate body, that the City Council should consider the record and such additional evidence as may be offered and shall find whether in its opinion error was made. Well, there was a substantial error that was made in the Planning Commission decision and by staff and your consultant, as well as many irregularities. I've provided you and the public with ample documentation and evidence on that, including the last letter that I sent you that went through the various findings that were not made that were required to be made by the wireless ordinance, and then additional findings that were made but were made in error. Commission members claimed their hands were tied, but provided no evidence on why they believed it. If it was based on input from a former legal consultant who no longer works for the city, that firm has come under fire for its conflicts of interest. Commissioners were unfamiliar with ordinance requirements and federal rules. One commissioner said he didn't see how, quote, we can deny this. They've done everything we've asked of them. All the boxes are checked, but all the boxes were not checked. The findings are required under the wireless ordinance. The staff had omitted required findings from the Planning Commission's resolution, and So I'll just start through some of these issues. The roof areas, some of the roof areas would exceed FCC exposure limits in violation of the ordinance, and first responders, as was noted in during the hearing, could be harmed by those rooftop exposures with safety measures that were not clearly or realistically discussed. Some rooms and balconies could exceed FCC limits. Despite that, the applicant would not discuss changing the angle of the antenna to reduce exposure to the rooms, and the commission didn't pursue it. CTC said in the August 17th letter, we noted too that our calculations of exposure levels from the 180-degree sector antenna indicate that demonstrating full FCC emission compliance from the site configuration is at best borderline. So you have earthquake, settling, vibration, corrosion, or other events that could result in those antennas being out of compliance now or in the future. CTC warned about possible exposure violations on a public walkway, but this was not addressed by the commission, and the walkway was not identified. The public corridor from Del Monte to Custom House Plaza and the interior atrium, as well as the exterior courtyard below the 180-degree antenna, could be exposed to high levels from the antennas directly overhead. But this wasn't explored or talked about. And certainly there's going to be no signs warning of that. Hotel guests may be exposed to high levels of radiation, which on the balconies, the 100% level is easily at the roof level, and a tall person could reach up and be in that zone. As well as this doesn't consider people that have pacemakers or insulin pumps or any other wireless devices that can suffer interference. So the general guidelines, the general public, that the FCC, it does not take into consideration these other populations. Staff members will be daily exposed to high levels of RF in rooms as they're cleaning and utility rooms. A photo was given that you likely do not have, that was part of the original application packet, that showed an open doorway looking to the antenna. And the room was a utility room with towels and linens and things. These are rooms that the staff are in all the time, as well as they have to clean the windows on these balconies and be exposed every day, whereas a guest will come and go. Staff members' contact was not discussed. The applicant did not provide estimated exposure numbers other than on the ground. They provided some percentages, but that was it. The RF percentages were averaged instead of the peak exposure numbers possible for each frequency band, which have different characteristics. So all the frequencies that are used by these were averaged together, and you have an amalgam number. Penetrative qualities of frequencies were never addressed. The lower frequency, the 700 megahertz, goes inside buildings much more easily than, say, 900 megahertz or 1.2 gigahertz. This is never addressed. No information was provided for RF emissions coming out the rear of the antennas toward the hotel. Assurances were made the levels would comply, but 2 national studies found high numbers of cell towers outside of compliance with FCC limits, and the FCC does not police this. And this is for the general emissions coming from the face of the towers. Once the project is up and running and post-construction assessment is done, exposure levels will be anything the company wants. The RF engineer omitted cumulative exposure, misstating that there are no nearby wireless facilities. And he did the same thing with the Hyatt Regency. He said there were no nearby wireless facilities, and yet obviously there's the Naval Post Graduate School across the street, as well as other companies on the Hyatt Regency. The Marriott has many antennas, and other wireless emissions exist in and around the Portola Plaza Hotel. CTC provided faulty analysis of cumulative emissions and corrected this statement by the RF engineer poorly. CTC only talked about cumulative levels at the site at the Portola Plaza Hotel and completely omitted the area adjacent to the Marriott and the neighborhoods above Pacific Street, which are subject to potentially high cumulative exposure from both facilities. And I took a map and drew out these different azimuths from these beams. And it's frightening to me to see that these areas were never addressed. The building directly across the street from the Marriott is in the intersection of beams from the Portola and from the Marriott. And the surrounding few buildings will be getting high levels of radiation, as well as the ones above Pacific Street. These were never addressed. And in the photo, it only addresses what happens at the site of Portola Plaza, which will not be affected by the Marriott antennas. CTC repeatedly urged, as they did tonight, the city to get RF evaluation because of possible high exposure levels before the project becomes fully operational, to ensure that the facility as installed and maintained complies with FCC guidelines. But the maintained part, the ongoing measurement that they urged in their latest letter to the city, that portion was dropped in the commission hearing. It wasn't, it cannot be required according to the FCC. So it's an issue of, they were urging that it should be assessed frequently. And if compliance cannot be compelled by the city of testing frequently, then there's no way the city will ever know what's coming out of these towers, out of these antennas. And will people be in the hotel when testing is being done? Tourism impacts were ignored. Impacts to disabled people that come to the city who have special conditions that are EMF sensitive, or have medical implants or medical devices. The liability to the city was not adequately addressed, and false names were provided on the application, which are only now somewhat being corrected. You have been sold a system to supposedly deal with people that are in danger or sick. That makes me personally sick. The facility is 2 miles away. The facility that's already been installed 2 miles away, due to the frequencies used, easily comes into my house, through the walls and through the windows. And on the day it was turned on, I got sicker. The Portola Plaza facility is 1/2 mile closer and almost double the power. It will affect my ability to use and enjoy my home. And it completely blocks my access to downtown, to Pacific Grove, to New Monterey via Pacific Grove. These FirstNet emergency responders antennas don't appear to have any backup power beyond short-term battery backup. These antennas will not function in many emergencies. If an earthquake, power outage, or PG&E shuts off the power for a public safety power shutoff, or due to grid problems, once the battery runs out, there is no FirstNet. So this is not an emergency system. It's an expensive, foolish system that doesn't protect the public and unnecessarily and continuously exposes the public and wildlife to high levels of RF radiation on the basis of occasional or possible emergencies. It's redundant. The city had a system before this was adopted. And I want to remind the city council of what I've told you before about the LA County firefighters who opposed a FirstNet system, including running radio ads identifying that it would be a public hazard. And the firefighters that participated in a pilot study which showed severe neurological impacts from living near a facility that's a fraction of what this facility will put out. And as a result of this pilot study, the firefighters received an exemption from 2 state bills on the basis of health, which I provided you in an affidavit previously. The city has a symbiotic relationship with FirstNet, which may add to the city's liability. There was no public notice, no public hearing, and no due process before this contract with FirstNet was adopted. City officials knew there were residents who would be harmed by this much increased exposure, but failed to adhere to ADA or fair housing considerations. There was no competitive bid, even though Verizon also has a system, and that the city had these services previously through an unknown provider. This will be an expensive change, likely necessitating new equipment, and the equipment itself will pose risk to first responders. It's a substantial change in the human environment and should have been reviewed under CEQA. It doesn't appear to be regulated under the TCA as not a personal wireless service, and therefore the city may have even more latitude to regulate. I want to also remind the City Council of the letter from the Department of Interior on FirstNet, identifying serious harm to birds as a problem from this new system. 3 of your planning commissioners voted to deny the project due to serious reservations. The staff reports omit why and what happened. Commissioner Mike Brassfield questioned how emergency responders would be protected from the high radiation levels on the roof. Commissioner Terry Latassa said the location of the 180-degree beam wasn't acceptable from a health sense due to the levels in adjoining rooms. The vote resulted in a tie. Commissioner Hanson Reed went into a tirade against 3 commissioners, telling them to take their jobs seriously, which is what they tried to do by evaluating the evidence. Staff offered little guidance about next steps on the tie vote. Commissioner Terry Latassa finally announced he was changing his vote under duress, and Mike Dawson silently followed when the roll call was taken, resulting in a 5-to-1 vote approving the project. The commission was not forced to approve this project if the findings couldn't be made. The public has a right to information, but the applicant stated if exposures are lower than 100% of FCC limits, then the carrier has satisfied the threshold condition for preemption. As a result, he did not provide emission levels on different parts of the hotel. Compliance is dependent on a number of factors, including reflection, resonance, metal surfaces, and factors which create hotspot conditions for individuals, and factors can cause exposures to exceed computer estimations. Also, exposures can cause interference, including with medical devices. It is the public's right to know the estimates of peak exposure, not to get blown off by disrespectful applicants hiding exposure estimates. The figures were coming from the applicant, not from an independent third party. CTC is reportedly also a network planner as well as providing assessment, and it was the firm recommended and or used by the city's former legal consultant. The city's planning consultant made numerous errors in his analysis, which was reviewed by staff and the city attorney. He has made errors in past hearings, even lying about me and the text of laws. The staff and the city's consultant continue to deny me my civil rights and claim I'm not entitled to ADA or fair housing protections, and I'm not disabled. They refuse to comply with their state and federal obligations toward me as a disabled person, the latest in the serial discrimination by the city against me since 2008. Through a series of policies and actions, the city is effectively taking my home and permitting assault and battery. They've displayed contempt and indifference for my suffering and make a mockery of Monterey's statement of caring for all residents. Staff did not include my demand letter from October 27th, which I will put in with the record for this meeting. This is a continuation of their pattern and practice of disappearing my disability and me from consideration. The Planning Commission and City Attorney also ignored access requirements under ADA for the Portola Plaza Hotel as a place of public accommodation under Chapter 126, Equal Opportunity for Individuals with Disabilities, Section 12182, Prohibition of Discrimination by Public Accommodations. I have been patient and reasonable to the city for years to no avail. The city staff refused to comply with their obligations toward me and mischaracterize and reword my words and requests and retaliate against me. They are doing so on this project too. I will also put in the record a portion of the 1996 Telecommunications Act conference report, and I quote from a section of it. The conference agreement creates a new Section 704, which prevents commission preemption of local and state land use decisions and preserves the authority of state and local governments over zoning and land use matters except in the limited circumstances set forth in the conference agreement. Actions taken by state and local governments shall not prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting the placement, construction, or modification of personal wireless services. And then they go on to explain that. It is the intent of this section that bans or policies that have the effect of banning personal wireless services or facilities not be allowed, and that decisions be made on a case-by-case basis. And that's what I'm asking for, is a decision. The city is not prohibiting personal wireless services. This hearing is on one case, one wireless facility. No hands are tied in the ability to make decisions, which the Act plainly says. Now, I'd like to cover some of the issues that are raised in the staff report that Jerry Hittleman has objected to. On issue number 1, my house is 1.5 miles from the project site, not 2 miles. My house is 2 miles from the Hyatt Regency FirstNet antennas. And these antennas at Hyatt Regency are only half the radiated power of the Portola Plaza Hotel. But when they were activated, I got sicker and I continue to worsen. So the ones that are half a mile closer and approximately double the power will sicken me further. Plus my access to the city is blocked. These will blanket downtown. So my access to city streets and services, including City Hall, my access to my bank, my access to the federal post office, my access to any downtown events are impossible. And traveling on Pacific Street to get to Pacific Grove or go to the beach or drive on Del Monte would be impossible. My coastal access is being denied. The service program and activity the city is providing is the review and permitting of this proposal, for which the city has been given authority by Congress. The consultant's arguments are not on point and are not grounded in any plain reading of applicable statutes or the concepts explained by the Department of Justice in their Appendix C in Part 35, Title II rules, or state laws such as Civil Code 54A and 54.1A1. ADA regulations are for all disabled people. ADA, ADAA defines disability and does so broadly. Mr. Hittleman, nor the City of Monterey, nor its staff defines disability. This ADA provides examples only. Mr. Hittleman and staff make repeated nonsensical statements about electromagnetic sensitivity and ADA and challenge ADA. And they do so to avoid their obligation to comply with ADA and state equivalent rules regarding me. The city ignores the Telecommunications Act itself, which says that it doesn't supplant other federal, state, and local laws. And those sections include section 601, applicability of consent decrees and other law, federal, state, and local law, no implied effect. The act and the amendments made by this act shall not be construed to modify, impair, or supersede federal, state, or local law unless expressly so provided in such act or amendments. Section 414, remedies in this act not exclusive. Nothing in this act contained shall in any way abridge or alter the remedies now existing at common law or by statute, but the provisions of this act are in addition to such remedies. And in the ruling in G versus Fay School, there was the citation of section 255 from the 1934 Communications Act, which says, access by persons with disabilities is clearly directed toward telecommunications providers and manufacturers of telecommunications equipment, and mandates that these entities ensure that equipment and services are accessible to disabled people.
Mayor, we've gone over a few minutes here, and I just want to be respectful of the parameters that we set up from the get-go.
Yes, I was going to just thank you very much. I want to give Nina, you've been 17 minutes. We want to give you about 2 more minutes to wrap this up, please.
All right. Mr. Hittleman lied about what I said about, and he lied about fair housing. He said that he and staff have failed to read ADA and the Amendments Act. People are recognized as disabled, not conditions. Either your staff cannot read basic English words, or they're indifferent to what Congress plainly spelled out and DOJ has codified for the general public. And I'll say it again. I qualify as disabled because I fit the definition of disability under the Americans with Disability Act. ADA and ADAA defines disability. It does not have a list of recognized disabilities. And the Part 35, Appendix C that I previously quoted spells that out by DOJ. And would you please tell your staff to stop challenging ADA? I'm disabled by electromagnetic sensitivity as it's defined. Therefore, under fair housing and the Fair Housing Amendments Act, the city cannot discriminate against me in housing. Neither Mr. Hittleman nor staff responded to issue number 3 or 4, and their sole aim seems to be to deny me my civil rights.
Okay, please wrap it up now, Ms. Beatty.
I am trying to wrap it up, Mayor. I'm trying to wrap it up. This is a situation that affects my disability and my ability to live in the city, and the city is sickening me by its policies and practices. So that's why I requested more time, because this is a disability issue. It's affecting my right to live in my own home and use my own home.
I understand
that. I'm just going through the last few pages, Mr. Mayor. If you will just spare me a little bit more time.
I'm going to give you 1 more minute. You have repeated yourself several times on the disability.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, that I have done so, because I'm disabled. And the issue of disability is so preeminent that it's being ignored. So I have repeated it several times to make sure that your staff and the city council are getting that this is an ADA disabled accommodation situation.
I've got that, and we've given you more. Ms. Beatty, we've given you much more time out of consideration, and I would like you to return that same consideration to other people.
So I'm going to go on to some other comments on the CEQA evaluation.
1 minute, please. 1 minute.
The issue is inappropriate because this facility has a footprint of several square miles due to the coherent signal. So it is a very large land use project, and it defies the laws of physics to call this a small structure. This very large facility will cause a substantial change to the human environment and with effects on migratory birds, and therefore a CEQA event review is appropriate. The wireless ordinance requires that facilities comply with FCC guidelines, and the only way that can be ascertained is with a post-construction RF assessment. So I will conclude by saying that I am this compliance issue is serious. The ADA issue and my right to my housing is serious. And I ask fervently to the city council that they address all these issues and find that the approval by the planning commission was in error and that to deny
Ms.
the
Beatty,
facility.
Yeah, we're going to have
you, Ms.
to,
Beatty.
unfortunately, ran out of time, and we've had to mute our speaker. Back to you, Mr.
And
Mayor.
we do want to reiterate that we have a very elaborate written comments in addition to the comments that Ms. Beatty has shared with us, and we absolutely heard every word she said. Any questions for Ms. Beatty from the council at this point? I think we should take a little break and come back and have public, we'll have public comment. Then after that, we'll have the applicant have an opportunity to do any clarification and rebutting. So if there are no questions for Ms. Beatty, we thank her for her input and the elaborate study that she presented to us. I wanted to assure her and the public, we've all read it and studied it very thoroughly. So why don't we come back and we'll see you at 9 o'clock. Take a little 6-minute break, please. Welcome back, friends, to our council meeting. And at this point, we would open it to public comment. We're going to be more strict about the public comment to 3 minutes. I wanted to be absolutely sure that Ms. Beatty had plenty of time to share her viewpoints, and we did give her about 7 extra minutes out of courtesy for her presentation. So I would ask that everyone, so we're not making a decision at 2 a.m., if everyone would please conform to the 3-minute time limit out of courtesy to all of the other people who may want to speak on this item. And again, we have received several emails. Upon receipt of those, whether they're just addressed to me, the council, if they're on a city email address, they are the public record, and I copy all of those to the city clerk to make sure all of your concerns are put into the public record so everyone gets to read them. So we have received them. They are in the public record. They have been read. So Nat, let's go ahead and hear from our public on this, please.
Okay.
Then following that, we'll have the applicant has an opportunity to do any rebuttal or clarification to what is presented this evening.
Super. Well, we have a couple of callers with their hands raised, and they're calling in by telephone. So we're going to go ahead and allow the first caller, last 3 digits is 111, to allow them to speak. They'll be asked also to not only raise their hand, but also can you unmute yourself by dialing *6? That way we can hear you. Oh, and they must have dialed the number that kicked them off the meeting. So they left our panel.
That sounds like one of my tricks.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Do we have? We'll go with. Let's see here. 530 area code 786. Last 3 numbers. If you could please unmute yourself, dial *6. Area code 530, last 3 digits 786. Hi there.
Hello, I'm actually the applicant.
Oh,
this is James Phillips at this number.
Okay. Okay, your hand was raised, so we thought we'd call on you. So
my apologies. Sorry about that.
No problem. Well, we'll go ahead and mute you back and lower your hand. Okay, this is going well. Let's go to Lorna Moffett and allow Lorna to speak. If Lorna, you could please dial *6 to unmute yourself. There we go.
Yes, hello. Tom Wheeler, the former FCC chairman, was the CEO of Cellular Telecommunications Industry Association. He hired scientist George Carlo to coordinate wireless research on cell phone safety. Carlo was the darling scientist of the chemical industry and thought to be over lenient in his findings for them. Carlo proved to his own surprise that cell phones, antennas, and cell towers were injurious to human health, and Wheeler fired him. Tom Wheeler was instrumental in formulating the criminal and unconstitutional regulations cities nationwide are being terrorized into submission with now, including our own. And we must not allow it anymore. The city's lawsuit towards this end needs to go to the Supreme Court, and in the meantime, table this permit. It's time to tell these companies enough is enough, and we're not going to allow this continued injurious technology to our health. These companies exploit customers with apps and more apps that require more powerful Gs. Instead, they should, if they cared for our health and well-being, they would educate the public on using DSL at home and phone use for phone use only. Then we wouldn't need 5G and upgrades. These technologies are killing us. There are thousands of studies done by reputable institutions and research scientists that have whistleblown about these invasive, harmful radio frequency technologies. And yet, like all powerful corporations, they are brushed aside to the detriment of us all. No matter, the teenagers are the fastest growing segment of our population to come down with brain tumors, the source California Brain Tumor Association. We are being forced by these corporations to compromise our health and well-being and the health and well-being of all the insects, birds, bees in nature for their gain. And it's time to tell them no more. I commend the city for your honorable efforts to sue and your lawsuits, and I ask you to please take it to the Supreme Court, because we do have the Fifth Amendment, and that's where this should stand. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Lorna. We'll go ahead and see if there are any other folks who would like to speak. We've got Danielle, who has raised her hand, and welcome. If you could state your name, please, and we'll start the timer.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, yay, excellent, it's working. Okay, my name is Danielle Gregorio, and I live in New Monterey. My mom lives on Mar Vista, so she's quite close to this, as am I. And I implore the city to not allow upgrades to add stronger cell antennas to the Portola Plaza Hotel. Sorry, I'm nervous, so I can't speak. Anyway, one of the main reasons, obviously, is for me the health implications. And I know you have said that that's not allowed, but clearly in the FCC admitted in its brief in the CTI versus Berkeley, the Congress's intent was that health could be considered in decisions, but not as the sole grounds for decisions denying cell towers. So I know that one of the grounds is that there's no significant gap in coverage, which there is not. I know a lot of people that have AT&T and there's no problems whatsoever. I know, what was her name? Miss Saxon said that, you know, there was a huge problem with schools and education, and they weren't able to connect to the internet. And that I have not heard. I have lots of people now. I personally homeschool my kids. I have not had any issues connecting anytime that I need to. I also wanted to address, and I kind of have a question about the whole FirstNet. I know Dan, Albert, and Ed Smith brought this up too, but what happened to Monterey's other carrier? Why was it dropped? It seemed to me that they didn't need to have FirstNet, and I'm just curious why they decided to go with AT&T when Monterey spent so much money installing their own system for this other carrier was dropped. I also think that it's interesting that it was brought up that firefighters would be using this FirstNet, and I think Nina touched on this briefly, is that when the firefighters fought so hard in areas such as LA to prevent cell equipment like this on their buildings because of the health effects, and they won. So I also want to point out that because I'm in New Monterey, and because of the ones on 68, the high-powered cell towers, I will literally be trapped in New Monterey where I live. Fortunately, I don't have as big of a problem as Nina, but I do have severe heart tachycardia, sometimes going up to 280 beats per minute. I feel nauseous when I come in contact with high cell tower arrays. So I know lots of people don't feel effects like Nina, but she's really the canary in the coal mine, and we really need to listen to her because she has really done her due diligence and really researched this. And so I please do not allow these upgrades. Your hands are not tied. Please protect our community. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Danielle. Our next caller is, we're going to try this one more time here. It's going to be 650 as the last three digits. So let's see if we can hear this caller. I think it's working.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Please, yep, we can hear you. Please state your name and welcome to tonight's meeting.
I'm Jean Rash from Monterey Vista, and I'm calling to ask you to support the appeal and deny the amendment. I thought Ms. Beatty was very articulate, and from a more lay perspective, she expresses the concerns, many concerns. Number one, if you begin with a sloppy application where you can't even identify the owner of the building, nor the name of the legal entity on the building and the representative, then the public goes, gee, you have a sloppy application. Is there a sloppy project? Who's really watching the project and the safety of this? Number two, residents have a lot of concerns. We know that the FCC is pro the telecommunication industry and wants to preempt local control. It's frustrating to hear that there can be higher than allowed RF emissions, and that a signage is an ample end run around that. It just defies logic, and that the requirement for maintenance cannot be legally required. This is so frustrating to hear this nonsensical interpretations of law. Public safety, yes, that's important, but it's still unclear to me that a material impairment has ever been proved by FirstNet. That's just not clear that there is a lack. I join in the question about that the mayor raised from a residence. If there's a narrow beam, do you check the location of that yearly? It seems in the conversations and what I've read of the city reports that the post-construction report might not be available to the public. I have not heard that those will be shared with us and that the reports in the future will be shared with us. I think the transparency is very important. I thought the idea to increase fees for the applications to include indemnity for the city is a great idea. And I appreciated all the comments on can they flip right over to 5G. I would really like to hear that there's follow-up on that. And it is disconcerting that the visitors to the Plaza Hotel won't have any disclosure about the emissions. That's a concern. I guess that's something we're all living with. And I'll end with, I think the city council has to do no harm. If you aren't sure that this is healthy for the public, you are not required to support the amendment. It is more important that we take care of the health of our residents. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And sorry, a little delayed here. Let's see, we don't have any other callers, it appears, for this item. So back to Mayor Roberson.
All right, thank you, Nat. And again, we did receive quite a bit of written public comment, which we all have received and read and has been entered into the public record. So at this point, we would go back to the applicant for any final thoughts and any rebuttal or clarification to what you've heard so far this evening. So Dr. Betty and team, you're on.
Great. I need to allow her to speak, and she can unmute.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay, just a couple of comments, Mayor Roberson and council members. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to bring this application back to review. AT&T believes that we have supplied and given everything that was needed, even we included, of course, within the checklist for the city of Monterey, that our application is complete, it's in compliance, and we would ask that you deny this appeal and allow us to move forward to provide better wireless coverage for the area, for our first responders, as well as your citizens that are actually using this technology, and for the students. I did hear one of the speakers asked, where did that information come from in terms of students not having access to the internet? I sat on the task force for the Monterey County Office of Education, along with Verizon and T-Mobile, and that was the #1 ask, is what could we do as carriers to help provide their students with access? We were able to step up, and we did that with the wireless coverage. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Saxon. Any of the other applicants want to speak now, please? This is your chance.
Any of the other applicants can raise their hand if they wish to do so. Okay, we'll go ahead and allow, and then and Mr. Hammett as well. We'll just allow both to speak. You'll need to unmute yourselves. *6.
Yes, thank you. I didn't want to go on long, but a few of the comments by Ms. Beatty, I just wanted to assure the council that the studies we did and that CTC conducted in peer review and their independent work was cumulative, considered all the potential sources nearby. The calculations were not done at ground only, as you saw from the figures. They were specifically done at specific locations in the hotel and at other buildings nearby. It's not an issue for medical devices. She mentioned pacemakers or insulin pumps. All of those devices have immunity standards that they meet that provides them with robust operation at levels equal to the standard. And of course, all the levels they'd be exposed to would be less than that. Reflecting surfaces was raised as an issue. I remind you that in 35 years, we've never found a single site where levels exceeded what we had calculated. We have a 2.56 reflection factor recommended by the FCC that helps just one of several conservative factors that are included. So there's no issue with the metal roofs or reflections or those sorts of things. So again, I think the issue of compliance with the FCC standard is pretty well established. And if there are questions, I'm happy to take those, but I thought that was worth reiterating those points. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we've unmuted James Phillips as well in case you'd like to say a word. Yeah, I guess not. So. Oh,
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
I appreciate it. I just had a couple closing things that I would like to mention. MasTec Network Solutions, we're a contract who actually just installs these. So we're the wrench who tightens the nuts and bolts, so to speak, on this. If Bill Hammett had come to me early in the process before we had submitted to the planning commission or the planning department at the city of Monterey and said, hey, by the way, you're exceeding the levels out here. You can't do this. Then it's my job and my duty to go back to AT&T to inform them we've exceeded the FCC threshold. We've got to redesign this site. You've got to figure out a different way to try and implement FirstNet and so forth. So that being said, Lee and both Bill are licensed engineers. It is a very small group of RF engineers in the world. There is multiple structural engineers, design engineers of automobiles and so forth, but the RF engineer industry is very small. And if they weren't almost perfect, they wouldn't be able to last in this business, especially with Bill's resume for as long as he's been doing this. So I can't question what Bill says. I don't have the expertise nor the knowledge. If Bill tells me this is safe to build, I can build it. If he tells me it's not safe to build, then I got to tell AT&T, we can't build this site. So if anybody else is to go and contradict or kind of question Bill's report, I would really like to see their resume and compare it. In regard to what was mentioned at the Hyatt, Hammett Edison did perform a theoretical study. This was at the other location at 1430 Mark Thomas Drive, I believe. And the theoretical study came in, I believe, at 7%. And then the actual field study, where he goes out and actually takes a measuring tool to measure the RF, came in at less than 0.1%. So as they stated before, both Lee Offerbach and Bill Hammett, that these numbers in the EME reports that you're seeing, these RF studies, they're at 100% maximum power of the capability of the cell site. So what you're seeing there, even if AT&T wanted to, they couldn't turn it up past this point. And I just want to kind of clarify that as well for everybody. And in regard to the installation of it, I didn't get to mention it earlier, but AT&T and MasTec Network Solutions both have a quality system that is put in place to ensure that technical standards and structural categories are met when they're installing these. And on every single cell site across the nation, we have to do a video audit that gets live recorded for the entire stream, and we have specialized people. They analyze every nut and bolt being torqued every direction. We actually have tools that sit on top of the antenna that give a digital readout of what direction that antenna is pointing. This is done on every single cell site and costs thousands of dollars, but this is a checks and balances that both companies have put in place to ensure that not only is performance met, but accuracy is met. Because we ultimately still have to have the City of Monterey's building department, their building officials and their inspectors sign off on the scope of work. So it's not as if we get to install this and walk away. We still have to go back to the city and the building and the safety side of things to get this approved, saying the installation was done as per plan. One last thing is that the demand from just general right now, in the last 10 years, the demand for cell phone technology has increased exponentially. And it was stated earlier that AT&T and these carriers put out these apps. They put out technology that allows third parties to make apps. However, the demand from the public is what is creating the necessary means for these upgrades to happen, because when we install this now, 5 years from now, this cell site may not be compatible with the demand that the City of Monterey is requiring. So in reality, I have to defend AT&T and the other carriers in the aspect that they're not doing this just because they want to. This is a necessity because they have obligations with the FCC to keep up with compliance. And not only that, I'm sure they would hear from everybody on this call if their 911 services didn't work, or if they couldn't even download a Google Map program. So I'm in the middle of this. I represent AT&T in a sense, but I'm the contractor, like I said. So take it for what you will. This is kind of just my own personal thoughts on what I've been hearing tonight. And I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Phillips. All right, then what we'll do is close the public portion of this public appearance item, bring it back to the City Council. Any more questions at this point? Council Member Allen, please.
I wonder if we could get some clarification on the RF for the south side of the Portola. We saw like below it was 72%, it was 39%, it was 50%. I heard an allegation that up on the roof it's over 100%. So I'm wondering if either somebody from the the proposer or somebody from staff could clarify, is it 100%? Is it over 100% of the permitted RF on top of the building? And what about the Portola rooms to the south? Thank you.
All right, can we get an answer to that question, please?
I think that'd be best answered by Lee Offerbach.
That's what I was thinking, right?
Unmute yourself, Lee. I'm not sure. Or Bill Hammett from AT&T. I think both of them. Oh, there's Lee. I think he unmuted.
Yeah, the answer is there's no place that anybody can get to and get to be above 100%, other than at least when we looked at it, because the only way you could that could happen is you'd have to be up on a ladder up in front of the antennas. Maybe if you had a fire truck, I guess you could get it up that high, but again, it's not conceivable that's a practical situation. These beams are all placed above at an elevation that they're above where anybody can get to. There is an area as far as the roof goes relative to occupational requirements, but to exceed the public level, you'd either have to be up on the roof on that side or be up by a fire truck in front of these antennas. And the other point I think is worth noting is that a clear shot, assuming free space propagation, we're talking about a distance of 90 feet. Anything beyond 90 feet, 95 feet, there's just no way you're going to exceed the FCC levels. So we couldn't see any practical way. And I think you can tell if you go back and look at the trail of reports going back and forth, both our organization, Columbia Telecommunications, who is it on? We do not work for the industry. I think that question is brought up. We strictly work for municipal and nonprofit organizations. We calculated independently. This was one, I was a close one. I not only calculated, I had one of my staff members do this. I know Bill did the same thing at his end. So this is not something we looked at frivolously. I think we looked at it in a lot of detail, and there's a lot of going back and forth. But I think that the point is I feel very confident that this in no way, first of all, exceeds the FCC numbers by calculations. And to follow up on what we talked about before, all of us that have made these kinds of measurements find that the actual measurements made with equipment in the field, we're going to be down well below the calculated values. And finally, we've recommended, I think that everybody would agree, that due to the nature of the particular geometry of this installation, that it behooves everyone to have a so-called proof of performance or proof of construction to see that we do meet, that they do meet the standards.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tyler, please.
I do have one quick follow-up question, and I don't need a long response, just kind of real quick brief. But you gave the scenario of how a fire truck ladder could potentially reach that 100% space. And I'm also thinking of workers going in and working in that space if there was ever maintenance needed. Is there remote ability to remotely deactivate the system so that when people have to go near it for whatever reason, it can be deactivated to prevent overexposure?
We have to answer that question. My experience has been with the sites that I'm specifically knowledgeable of. There are, first of all, locks that you can't get through. There are areas where there are warning signs and the disabling methodology. Obviously, when these are maintained, people are out there working on the antennas, they're either turned off or reduced in power. And this is true of all transmission equipment. But I think I would suggest we get a comment back from AT&T on what their exact procedure is in the unlikely event that they need to get in front of the antenna.
All right, thank you, Lee. I think we're going to ask our AT&T representatives your maintenance protocols. That was the question. Do you turn off or reduce the power on these when someone has to be maintaining the antennas?
This is Bill Hammett. I can't speak for AT&T's practices for their service crews, but I would point out that one of the elements in the proper plan for outfitting the site includes signs at the access points to the roof, as well as signage on the face of the screens that behind which are the antennas. And those signs include identification of who the carrier is, includes a site designator, and it includes a 24-hour man number where someone can call that number and arrange for site shutdown. I know we've done that over the years just as a check, and it's answered, and they will cooperate. And I expect that part of the lease arrangement enables or codifies that procedure.
Hi, yes, this is Betty Saxon again. I saw a presentation on this, so I'm not an RF engineer, but what I will say is that the company has protocol, and that anytime we even have to do any kind of maintenance or there's a problem with these sites are turned down. And then the workers that are authorized to work with those sites know exactly when to enter into that area, do the work that they have to do, and then they come out. Now, if you're talking about an intruder alert, I think that there's also what we would call, there's a warning system. Let's say if there was maybe a terrorist act or some crazy unknown something. Those systems have, they're tied back to our network, and we would get a warning. And then if we get that type of warning, then they will investigate and know to shut off. So the common person or the regular person will not be up on that roof. So I don't think you have a problem there, Tyler.
Okay, thank you for the answers. So I want to get back to the core of the question, and it may be a legal one. And that is, what is the basic power of the city here? Can we ignore the FCC, as was suggested? And what are the consequences if we do that? So what can we do as a city to deny this project?
Well, and
that's legal.
I would just add another element to this, and perhaps more for the discussion amongst the colleagues here, but what findings, if any, can we think of to support the denial?
Yeah, a better way of saying it. Thank you.
So the legal job before the city council this evening is to look at the city code and ensure that the applicant has met all of the standards that are required in the city code. And if it doesn't meet those standards, then there would be a basis for a denial. And so the council would need to pinpoint where it sees there's deficiencies and explain why. And so, and just to make absolutely clear, the council does not have authority under existing law to deny an application based on health effects, as long as it complies with FCC emission standards.
Good, thank you, Chrissy. I think on that latter point, I think I'm personally frustrated by state and federal mandates, and they're as long as my arm, and my frustration is longer than that. But we can only do what we can do legally, because if we don't have findings, we're going to end up in court, and we're going to be paying hundreds, if not millions of dollars defending something that the federal government says we can't do. That's the conundrum. That's what we're facing. Obviously, not one person here wants to expose anyone to excessive radiation or anything else that's detrimental to their health. But those are the cards that are dealt to us.
So I may want to just go ahead and make a motion, but I just wanted to do a last check-in, because I'm not seeing anything that should require us to go in that direction, but I don't want to stop the conversation. I want to be open to the dialogue. And if anybody else on the council feels like there could be something, I'll give you a moment.
Right.
Okay.
I'm not seeing anything that we could justify as findings to deny.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to deny the appeal.
I'll second that.
All right, any more discussion?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that, again, that was the reason for my question about the FCC standards and whether or not there are areas there where we have evidence that they would be exceeded. What I heard is there's no evidence of that. And so there's no aesthetic impacts. I don't think there's historical impacts. I don't see any grounds to deny.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that. I'll start off first actually by just giving my appreciation to the massive public participation. We received many emails from residents in the laser focus on corporations like AT&T. I'm not a fan of corporate overreach and appreciate the hard work of community members to scrape through the reports with a fine-tooth comb. And the thing that's most compelling to me, and the thing that I hear screaming out from the request to appeal, is surrounding health. Now, there's other arguments being made, but I am just not seeing it. And so, in compliance with the Monterey Municipal Code, and it complies with all the California Public Utilities Commission regulations and Federal Communications Commission, sighting and radio frequency regulations. And then the other things identified in the staff report: development standards, noise, security, compatibility, i.e. views, RF compliance, in a use permittable zone, consistent with the city's general plan, compliant with all specific conditions. So for all these reasons, and for the report showing that at most it's going to affect somebody in a public space being 72%, I'm just really not seeing it. And so that's the reason why I made the motion.
All right, any other comments?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Ed, please.
Yeah, we've been through many of these, and the approach on each one of these is to start with a clean slate, because each one has its unique designs and potential impacts. So every time we go through this, it's not a repetitive process, but there's a lot of the terminology that starts to sink in and starts to resonate, and the guidelines, the parameters, we see the goalposts and we understand it a little bit more. I paid particular attention to the 3 different locations on this site and how they are pointed. I was intrigued with the validation of the alignment and how technical this work is, and the fact that there is a standard that the FCC requires. And it looks like the evidence is demonstrating that the RF is well below what would be the ceiling. And there's a way to verify that after the construction. I think if I go through all of the points that the appellate had, there were 20, and I went through each one of those very carefully, and I just don't have any evidence that can say, if I look at what the appellate is asking, and I ask the question, by approval, does this place the community at risk? And is there evidence to support the denial? And I just don't have any evidence to support a denial. And further, going through the 20 points, I think the applicant did an adequate job of covering each one of those 20. I think the staff report covers them all. It's very thorough. I don't see anything that legally gives me the authority not to deny this appeal and to go the other way. So there's no evidence to support a denial in my mind. And sorry I'm so long, but each one of these are unique, and I just don't see any cause or reason lawfully that I could stretch and make up the authority to deny the application. So therefore, I would say I support the motion and deny the appeal.
I think that's one of the reasons that we as a city have participated in lawsuits to gain local control, and we did lose a recent court case, I know. And also Senator Feinstein had introduced a bill in Congress which was talking about local control over federal communications. I don't know if that's gone anywhere, but it's not passing the buck. But really, this battle for to gain local control, it's going to have to be won in Congress. It's going to have to be won through the FCC, and we'll see if the new administration is more permissive in that way. We'll have to see. But that's unfortunately, as I said, where the battle is, because again, I lament and lament and lament the local control that keeps being taken away from all of us. So if there's no one else, we'll do roll call.
Councilmember Smith,
I've got to think about how I'm voting on this because the motion puts it in a denial. So I guess I am voting in favor of the motion. So it would be a yes, correct?
Councilmember Colbert,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes. So that passes 5-0. All right, the next thing we're going to do is another public appearance item, and that's to receive an update and provide feedback on the city's commercial cannabis roadmap. And I'm not going to steal the city manager's thunder and make an introduction. I'm going to turn it right over to him.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me, please allow me to share my screen with you. Let me see. No. Just 1 second. Okay. All right, I think you should see the slide. Is that correct? Okay, thank you so much. Council, this is an update for you. We last met on September 30th, 2020, and we discussed the potential implementation of commercial cannabis operations in the city of Monterey. And I promised you at that time that we would come back to you and brief you at the beginning of December about the roadmap to cannabis. And I call it getting it right the first time. That's the objective, and that's why we spend some time into mapping out how we are going forward. The objective that we have is that we want to create a process that allows us to permit and regulate commercial cannabis operations in the city of Monterey. We want to get it right the first time. We will draft the proposed ordinance for final approval by the city council, and we want to create a solution that is based on what we know are the best practices. But more importantly, also it needs to reflect the input that we receive from a variety of stakeholders, which are first and foremost our neighbors, the business district, consultants, prospective cannabis retail operators, and city council. What you need to understand is a roadmap is as good as it is getting executed. And when you look at the purpose of a roadmap, it will show you the general direction, and that's what the following slide will tell you. Who will be the main players? What will be the general directions of what we are doing? It will be putting together a puzzle. Several departments that will play prominent roles and will have to allocate resources to this effort. Community development, finance department, the city attorney's office, the police department, and all of that will be led and overseen by the city manager's office. We will put a heavy emphasis on the public input. We need to really listen to what the public is telling us. We need to check back in with you, the council. You will not have a meeting coming up where we will show you the ordinance and say vote for it. There will be several check-in points with you so that you hear what we are working on and hear also what the feedback is we have received. We need, of course, work with the various stakeholders that I have mentioned here. And how do we want to get the public outreach? We want to have virtual town hall meetings. We want to have online portals that basically allow folks to ask us questions on a 24/7 basis. That is also a platform that allows us to engage, show what we've heard so far, summarize for what we also can summarize. I want to point out in the agenda report also commercial cannabis operators. I really want us to meet with those commercial cannabis operators as part of the public outreach meetings. A lot of the commercial cannabis operators are contacting cities and tell them, here's an ordinance that we have developed with the city of XYZ. Just plug in your name, or here are things that you just can take from us. And at the end, those collaborations never really look right to us. However, with that being said, of course, they have a role to play as a stakeholder as well, but they will have their place as part of public outreach. Again, transparency is important for this process. We have to deal also with the questions that I mentioned on September 20th. What do you want to do with the money? Councilmember Tyler was talking, let's spend it on partially on housing programs, rental assistance, social justice. Councilmember Allen was talking about homeless services, social services. We as city staff, of course, like to point to the budget deficits that we still will have at that time. We'll point at service levels. We need to hear what does the neighborhood, what do the neighbors think? Where do they think the revenues should go? So this is also questions that you have to address at one point or another, and we have to come to a consensus there. I call it a 6-step process that basically is step 1, create a starting point. Step 2, decision point. Do we have reached consensus? If we have not reached consensus, we have to discuss what is the next step. Step 3, prepare for launch. Step 4, launch. Step 5, confirm, monitor, and regulate. And step 6, review, process, and revise where necessary. Here are some slides that highlight a little bit what I mean by that. We already created the starting point with a study session, and at that time it was clear to us where the council wanted to go. We will have a 2-pronged parallel approach. We will already start working on the foundation with staff while we are soliciting stakeholder feedback. This has to be a parallel process. As I stated to you, this is pretty work intense, and while we are gathering input, we already need to work on the foundation for legal, fiscal, regulatory work. We need to do some research, and of course, we need to analyze financial data as well. Questions we will find out through that process is what is in it for the community. Does our community think all this, what we are doing, aligns with community values? You heard earlier from one of our constituents, and she expressed some concerns about oversaturations with commercial cannabis operations already on the peninsula. So does it align? Is it about public health? Is it also about revenues, or is it everything? Is it a hybrid of all four of them that we will develop jointly with respect to the value drivers? What is very important for me is that we will really get to that point that we will go back to you and check in with you about this decision matrix. Do we have community consensus on this, yes or no? And if we have widespread support, we will tell you how we came to that conclusion, and we will continue marching forward, unless you stop us, of course. If the reaction is 50-50, we will talk to you and we'll share that with you and say, hey, this is what we hear. And if we have widespread opposition, we will come back to you as well, and we will advise you and say, council, here might be the next step you want to do. If we have widespread opposition, you might want to just ask the voters with an advisory measure if we really should do something or not. But this step is very important for us because we need to have the community behind us when we are going into the direction of commercial cannabis. How do we define community consensus in that phase? Well, it should be a solution that everyone can live with that. We need to allow sufficient time and sufficient information for a back and forth. It cannot be just one meeting and then we are done and we continue working on it. I envision that we have at least a public town hall meeting during daytime, that we have another public town hall meeting during nighttime, that we have separate meetings with business associations. So, and of course, in the course of that, those meetings, we will have a back and forth, and there needs to be sufficient time to allow for all the questions to be raised and all the answers to be found. Community consensus for us is also when we feel that we have addressed everyone's concern respectfully. And it's important that we also continue to have a good, thoughtful, engaged facilitation through the virtual town halls. COVID-19 is, of course, doesn't stop, and digital engagement methods. So we really go into a kind of a new era there with respect to some of the engagement tools, and of course also with the engagement through virtual town halls. Step 2 then will be the decision to proceed, and we will probably talk about retail, special events, lab testing, manufacturing, delivery. Pick any 4 of this is what I kind of project right now that we will look at it, but it could be all 5, could be only 1 or 2. We will come up also at the decision point, do you really want to maximize revenues? Where do you want to put the commercial operations? Keep in mind at this time we already have a good understanding, hopefully, from the neighbors and the business districts where they think they can envision operations like that. And of course, one of the toughest thing is the selection process. And step 1 will be finishing hopefully sometime in February, and at that time step 2 will start, and we hope we work through that through April 2021. Then step 3 is we bring everything forward to you. You will adopt the policy, you will adopt the way we are structuring the RFP, and we will go through the selection process for the prospective retailers and operators. And again, the timeline selected for that is summer, fall. We give us enough time for a back and forth, and also, of course, when you issue RFPs, they usually require also some more Q&A coming then from the operators, and that usually means also extending deadlines. Step 4 is that we will launch then, we will issue permits. We will issue the permits based on the market demand, and that hopefully will happen then in late 2021. Step 5 is basically after we had the successful launch. As you know, earlier today we discussed the ordinance for cannabis testing, and of course we try to write complete ordinances, but there will be always loopholes. So we will have a loophole analysis certainly conducted at that time. We will track and monitor how the operators are performing. We will collect and the revenues. We will check the revenues against our estimates and see how we are scoring there. And then, of course, from various points of view, we have to look how's the community impacted by that? Are there any community impacts? And if so, we have to identify those and come up with potentially additional regulations or additional help if necessary. And step 6 is basically we gotta keep living with that. We will identify lessons learned. We will process loopholes. We will revise existing rules and ordinances when necessary. And of course, as we are progressing and as markets change, or as operators mature, or operators develop different skill sets, we have to always rethink conditions of the use permits. And again, that will also happen in late 2021 and beyond. So with that, Council, this is the roadmap that I wanted to share with you. We hope we get some feedback from you tonight. And then it is my my hope that with the feedback that you are giving us, that we go into step 1 and step 2 then, and prepare town hall meetings, etc., and then constantly report back. Again, the objective in all of that is the roadmap lays out the general direction. There's a good saying that culture eats a strategy for breakfast. In this case, roadmaps eat adjustments for lunch. So we have to adjust the roadmap now and then as we tinker with the system and as we learn about the different demands. So with that, I will try to figure out how to stop sharing, something my parents didn't teach me, and go back into the full screen with you.
All right, any questions before we see if there's public comment? Then we'll bring it back for a brief council discussion. Okay, Nat, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do. We have one caller so far, and their phone number is 831 area code, and the last 3 digits is 204. And they could please unmute themselves. We can then hear from them. Hi, welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council and City Manager. Tom Raleigh calling. I'm speaking just my personal observations tonight. I've not had the chance to approach this to our executive committee and or our general membership, but the steps taken, the 6-step roadmap appear very, very reasonable, and I commend the city manager and the staff for developing them. I was glad to see the inclusion of major stakeholders that are located in the city, not only DLI, large youth population, and also NPS, not really a youthful student population, but a large student population. But we also have MPC and MIAS. So there are some stakeholders that don't really leap out when you first start talking about cannabis operations or cannabis sales. So I think the methodical approach that you've had is to be very commendable. The only limitation I see is that trying to get community input from virtual town hall meetings are very, very, I don't know about anybody else, but the Zoom meetings are virtually at the epitome and limit right now with all the intercourse and communications that are happening via Zoom. So I think there's a limit to what kind of input you can have. And what we've found in the past is some retirees are in the current pandemic are basically tuned out. So, you know, I'm not saying you need to have an election. That is what PG wound up doing. But I think that getting only input from community via virtual meetings, whether you try day and night, you're getting very limited input. So again, I personally like to commend you, and I think I have a good feel for how our neighborhood would feel on the methodical process that you've developed to move forward. And of course, the number of sales, one caller earlier on the other item, the city manager mentioned about the limitations, on how many sales, do you need, how many places, facilities for sales, versus should we focus more on testing facilities or whatever. But anyway, I'm sure that the process set up will come right to the right conclusion. So thank you very much.
Great, thanks for the feedback, Tom. Let's go to our next caller, and that will be Sal Palma. And if Sal can unmute. Hi, welcome, Sal.
Hi, how you doing? Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Sal Palma. I'm a city of Monterey native and owner of Higher Level Cannabis Dispensary across the street from the Embassy Suites in the city of Seaside. And really just, I too want to commend the city manager and staff on the sort of roadmap that they've put together and all the thought that's gone into it. I've been through this process, I guess, 4 times prior in 4 different municipalities. And, from what I've seen thus far, the city manager and staff have kind of a better grasp of getting things started and across the finish line than any of the other cities that I've worked with in the past. So very well done there. And again, just want to commend you on the roadmap that you've laid out. It seems very, very reasonable and should be able to be reached and get things potentially operational by the end of 2021 or early 2022. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Sal. Our next caller is Esther Malkin. Hi, Esther. Thanks for joining us again.
Hi. I just wanted to agree with the first comment on this, with the fact that a lot of older residents are definitely checked out. I was actually just elected vice president of my neighborhood association last night, and we have a lot of elderly residents here that do not have computers. And I'll give you an example. Many of you have attended our neighborhood meetings in the past, and we have anywhere between, I don't know, maybe 30 people, or maybe at a really good one, 40. We had 11 attendees last night, 8 of which were board members. And that's partially because of that. So I would suggest that as part of the outreach, that you also do just regular snail mail. I know it's expensive, but I think it's important to reach everybody on something like this. And I think it's important, especially not just on this, but just in general, to consider that population, because they are, the more that they get left out, the less engaged that they're going to be when we get back to normal. So I think when it's something that affects the whole city, that we should consider and not just rely on Zoom meetings, and like even include a paid envelope for them to submit the survey or whatever we send out to them, because obviously it's just not going to reach a really significant portion. And I just wanted to comment on the mention of where some of the funds would go. And I know that Tyler had mentioned to possibly fund some housing fund with it. I know that the city is obviously going to be in this precarious situation for quite a while with funding. But if this doesn't go to funding, we need to remember that Measure G was voted on with verbiage that was included that was going to include homelessness and affordable housing. So we do have to keep that in mind, regardless of where the funds here go. Some funds do have to start going towards housing. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Esther. All right. Looking at the list here, attendees and all, we have no other public comments on our cannabis roadmap today.
All right, then I think good suggestions as far as how do we engage people during the Zoom era. And secondly, we want to make sure that our stakeholders include our military population and our educational facilities. In Pacific Grove, I know the Carmel Unified School District opposed their ordinance, which ended up having a referendum. And I don't know if the council backed off or if they put it on the ballot. I really don't know the status of that. And ultimately, that may be the way we go, as the city manager mentioned, in that, first of all, we would require to have a ballot measure in order to impose a tax, is my understanding. And I need a head shake, right? No, we don't.
It's yes or no. You can start off the operation of commercial cannabis with fee agreements in place that then later can be substituted by tax vote as well.
All right. Well, you go fees, but ultimately, if it is a tax, let's put it that way. If it is a tax, it needs to vote. And depending on how we go, an advisory vote is not a bad thing necessarily either. It's almost the ultimate survey. And so that's a thought. And also, I think I would reiterate that our council has not approved commercial dispensaries in the city. What we're trying to do is do this very methodically and make sure that's something that we and the community want. So any other thoughts at this point? Councilmember Allen?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. I really have 3 thoughts I want to share. With respect to the timeline, I think it's good. We're going to have a lot of public input. We're going to be deliberative. I do just want to say, though, that I hope that by July or August, we would have of next year, we would have a clear go, no go, simply because if we choose not to go or we choose to go, it'll have a significant impact on our budget. There's the potential to generate at least $1 million of tax revenue for the city. That's pretty significant. And so I just hope we have some clarity about the same time as we're establishing our budget, so that this isn't a big unknown as we go into the budget. Zoning. So one of the powers we do have, if we do decide we want to go forward, is deciding where we would permit cannabis businesses and where we would not. And I think that's an important discussion that we would need to have. I did want to just note, I saw that in Marina, I can't remember if it was the Herald or the Weekly, was reporting that basically because the zoning was so restrictive, it's actually having a negative impact on existing small local businesses, because the potential area where one could have a cannabis business is so restrictive that in those areas, suddenly it becomes very valuable for potential businesses. And so they're sort of bidding out existing local businesses. And I just think that's something I want the council to be cognizant of if we get to that point. It's important. There are places we don't want it, but we also have to be careful we don't become so restrictive that we end up having secondary negative consequences on other businesses. And then I also wanted to just say, as far as the competition and the market, I think that Monterey is in a unique situation because we have a lot of visitors. I think many of those visitors are not going to drive from Monterey to Seaside or Delray Oaks, but they might go to a cannabis shop on Cannery Row or somewhere in the downtown. And so I think that even though there may be saturation, I think that there is opportunity. And I also think that there's the possibility that some existing businesses would move here because it would be a better they're, again, depending on where we permit it, potentially better locations. So those are really my 3 points. Oh, last point, as far as like, where's the public? Again, I just want to note that in 2016, which is 4 years ago, and I think all of the evidence we see is the public is moving further and further towards support of cannabis legalization. We've seen it even in very conservative states like South Dakota, I think Nebraska, in this last election. But in 2016, in Monterey County, Proposition 64, which was the legalization of recreational cannabis use, passed with 62%. Here in the city of Monterey, it passed with almost 70%. It was 8,285 people voted for it in Monterey, the city of Monterey. 3,631 voted against it. So we're going to find people who don't want this. It's natural. That's just the way it is. But I just want to point out that 70% of our residents in 2016 voted for Prop 64, which was above the county's already supermajority of 62%. Thank you very much.
All right, other comments? Councilmember Dan?
Thank you. Again, just like everybody else has done, I want to thank the staff for putting up a pretty good roadmap. I think as we see other cities that rush through this process, they have a problem with finding out that their community may not actually want it in their neighborhoods or in their business districts. And even though they voted to legalize cannabis, they don't necessarily want it in their community. I think maybe some communities are finding that out. So that's why I think it's very important for me that we have community input. So is there a way, asking staff, because I really think actually, according to the timeline, it sounds to me like community input will be done by the middle of February, the beginning of February. That's only like a month and a half. And I'm wondering if the staff can actually gain enough data to determine whether the city actually would like to have cannabis dispensaries. Do you think the staff can do that?
Yes, I think we remember the initial phase, starting phase 1. Will include these outreach to just find out, engage, where are we with the community. And it is an iterative process. It will not stop just after February when we go back to the council and ask for a green light, red light scenario. That will then continue because then we have to figure out all the other details of cannabis, commercial operations, revenues, et cetera, et cetera. So, but I am very hopeful that we can probably find out in the first 2 months through the outreach efforts where we are, where we stand with the community, and if the wind is blowing against into our faces, we will report that back. So I'm hopeful for that. It will be important also to have stakeholder input. Appreciated Esther's input with respect to luring out those folks that are not Zoom professionals like we all are now, and find ways to communicate with them. And that might be something that will allow us to tinker with the roadmap a little bit and take a little bit more time. I think that was a very valid input that we have to consider and figure it out. But overall, I think we will be at a red light, green light scenario probably at the end of February, early March, if we reach everyone.
Thank you, City Manager. For me, I think it's very important that I know, and I'm sure the public would want to know, what that process looks like. And how many town hall meetings, what kind of town hall meetings, whether you're going to the business districts. So is there a way that we can get a plan by the next council meeting to see how that's going to work? Or do you guys plan on starting that community outreach before that, like tomorrow?
No, we don't start it tomorrow.
I didn't think so.
I indicated during my presentation that presently I envision 2 virtual town hall meetings, a daytime meeting and a nighttime meeting, to allow everyone to participate, as well as a variety of individual meetings with the business associations and with other stakeholders. We might need to talk. We need to talk to MPUSD. We need to talk to DLI, NPS, to those stakeholders as well. So we usually do not publish or coordinate with council outreach meetings. We usually report back what we have done. So I had not planned in giving you a detailed plan when do we meet with OMBA or with others, but we certainly we certainly will make sure that once we schedule those, that they will be widely publicized, and of course council will be aware of those as well.
The only reason I bring that up, Hans, is that people ask me and talk to me about, hey, what's going on? And I want to be able to relay that message that this is what we're doing. And so that they know that those meetings are coming up. And I do agree with the caller about maybe we need to send out snail mail invitations and let people know that these meetings are going to take place.
Yeah.
So I think that's all the comments I have, Mayor.
All right. Tyler, anything you'd like to add, or at this point?
Yeah, so I would just throw out that I think it's 11 states that now allow it recreationally, but it is 34 states that have it legalized, where federal government has a complete ban. So I just wanted to loop that back around as a point of reference, Mayor. I wanted to validate your comment earlier. I do just want to give staff a lot of credit and appreciation. Hans, I really appreciate the work that has gone into this, to, echoing the comments from the public regarding the way that you set this up and developing this roadmap. It's very clear and it's transparent right from the onset. So I think it's going to set us up for success in being able to find the solution that's going to work best for the community. I particularly appreciate the element about public engagement. I'm really big on that, and the fact that we're going out here, we're not just depending upon the neighborhood associations, but we're going to make sure that we communicate them to help get the word out as an element of the public engagement. I'm just really excited about that opportunity. So I just really wanted to highlight my appreciation for you and the staff for the efforts thus far on this, and as I imagine the process is going to be moving forward. You kind of alluded to this in the staff presentation, but I did just want to hit on it a little bit harder, partially to kind of highlight my feelings on it, but also to allow you to speak to it a little bit more, if you may. So just looking at how will the various city departments be working simultaneously to help streamline lines of effort? Are there ways, plans to distinguish between things that require prior action versus things that can be done concurrently? Just kind of saying it in another way. And to wrap my point up here, I think that there's a balance between giving enough time, ample time, but also not taking too long, speaking to Alan's point as well. So off to you, Hans.
Yes, thank you. Yes, to be blunt with you, this is a great graphic when we put all the puzzle pieces together. The devil is in the details, and I have not figured out yet how we get to those details, because I don't want to waste time, but I don't want to lose time either by not going parallel forward. So what this will require is that we will meet again with the department heads who are the subject matter experts. And for instance, our finance director will need to explain to me will need to explain to the group what they have to do in finance to come up with certain regulatory. The mayor asked about taxes, the mayor or fees. while parallel legal and community development will look into zoning and other issues. So Tyler, the Achilles heel is right now that I cannot give you a good answer other than I don't know that yet. But I know that somehow we got to put the puzzle pieces together in that way, and we'll figure it out, sure, with the help of all departments involved.
If I could just make one follow-up point, and not that it needs a response, but just to kind of give an example of, I think, kind of where I'm coming from, and I understand the balance of staff time too, and not wanting to go too far down a rabbit hole. But one thing that I do know that's going to be part of the public discourse and the questions that are going to be raised is how much revenue can be generated from this. And so, you know, I know that there's a lot of variables in that, right? But I think if the finance department was able to present something, some kind of findings to say, you know, Alan's making the claim that we can get at least $1 million. Is that accurate, right? Like, so I think that doing that kind of stuff early on in the process, as opposed to saying, let's wait until, you know, council says that we can move forward. You know, I think that there's opportunities for us to be innovative, and even though we may not move forward, I think that time would be well spent to provide the accurate.
Yeah, and you asked me not to answer, but I just want to let you know we have started working on the revenue estimate already. That particular point has launched with HDL, our tax company that also advises us about sales tax.
I love it. Thank you, Hans. And thanks to the rest of the staff team for the work on this.
Councilmember Ed?
Yeah, I have so many things I want to say, but I'm going to be focused. It's already started in the community. We had one caller tonight that made some of the language in terms of, well, we're down the road, the train's left, you know, we're looking to, you know, get it across the finish line. We have to be careful, and I've used this analogy before, that there's two models. We're going through a decision process with the community, and at some point we'll have a go, no go, and that's going to be a choice. Now that choice may come out in many shapes and many sizes, but I just want to remind everybody, we have not made a decision to get in this business. We've made a decision, or the council majority vote made a decision to start a process to ask the community what they think. So let's not get too far ahead of ourselves and start already talking about modeling for revenue, that we see things that would be a priority that we want to spend the money on. Let's figure this out with the community first and listen to the community. And I haven't seen anything that really said, and I know the intent of staff is there, but the neighborhood associations are going to play a key part of connecting to the residents. Many that don't have a computer, they don't have a smartphone, they're not tuning into the community meetings right now. We need to reach a lot of people. And so I don't want to fast track this. I want to be able to hear from the community about what they decide, and we'll help navigate that. So I just want to use that analogy that we're going through this choosing process. Let's not get too locked into start counting the dollars and start counting programs and start, you know, launching in. Let's just let the 6 points execute with staff and see where this goes with the feedback from the community. And I'll trust the community's guidance on this. I want to also say, I don't know that there's a lot of validity when we start to look at past elections and percentages, because we have a lot of new residents. Some people didn't vote for it. Some people may have intended to vote for the municipal part, but didn't have the recreational part in mind. So I think a current advisory from the community is going to be much more valuable than a many years ago Prop 64 vote of 70%. That's all I'll say right now. I just want to cool everybody's jets a little bit and don't get the train down the track too fast. Let's let the staff put together a timeline, and then we'll see where it goes.
Okay, thanks, Ed. And the final comment I would have is, I appreciate the timeline, but I'm not going to hold your feet to the fire if you have a Zoom meeting and 3 people show up, or at day or night. So a lot's going to depend on, like everything else, how does the COVID-19 shape all this? Right. So appreciate the high goals of achievement, but we also have to be realistic. How easy is it going to get to get something like that? How easy is it going to get public input? And if you find that's difficult, come back and tell us. So this is it's a roadmap, but it isn't etched in stone, so to speak. So we understand.
Well, if I could just add a point to that, and
Yes.
it's kind of going back with Councilmember Smith's comment, but if we're giving staff the direction, right, they're checking in with us tonight, and if we're giving them the direction to continue moving on this train to this 6-step thing, right, which the first step is this public input element, then we shouldn't be telling them to do that and then later on deciding that, oh, well, public input wasn't sufficient for what I thought or what I wanted to hear. But I hear what you're saying, Mayor, too, right? If we're not getting enough public input, and maybe that needs to be established or cleared up front so that we're transparent about what our intentions are, as opposed to making it fit towards a certain narrative that we might have, or that could be assumed that we have from the public, right? It could create some conflict and confusion around that. So I think we should be clear and give staff that direction up front.
Okay, well, let's see how it unfolds. Dan?
So are you saying, Tyler, that if at the end of February we asked staff how much input do we get, and they said, well, we got about 50 people that gave us input, we say that's not enough. That's not enough input to make a decision. Is that what you're asking?
Right.
So we have to establish that.
And waiting to say that in February is, I think, an injustice to the community. So I think it's important for us to be clear about that now, so that we're transparent about what the expectations are as far as this public input piece.
Okay.
Okay, Alan, please.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that because, again, I don't want to see, I would like this decided one way or another sooner than later, because I think that it has serious implications for our budget. And so if there are people who are thinking that, for me, it's clear, this has overwhelming public support. It's not a question. But for people who think this is a question, then I think we should give direction to staff to hire a independent agency to conduct a survey, the same as we did for our ballot measures. I mean, if you're thinking you're going to get the public input from a few meetings, I mean, people tend to show up. People tend to show up who are not liking something. That's usually what happens. Or people tend to show up who have some kind of financial interest. Those are the people who show up. And so, if you're really wanting to know what the general public thinks, I think you need to direct staff to contract with an agency who actually does valid scientific surveys. I don't know. That's my thought. I don't think it's necessary, but if you really think that there are a lot of people, perhaps a majority, who don't think this is the direction we should go, then I think we should give that direction sooner than later to staff to do really a scientific survey.
Well,
and you know what, on that, I think you're right, Alan, that a survey, we'd have to see how much it costs, but we did surveys on Measure G. We didn't do one on Measure Y. We did survey on Measure P, but not Measure S, as I remember. That's ultimately, and those are very accurate, although national polls haven't proven to be very accurate. But I think that's the way we're going to get input, or we do an advisory vote if we really want maximum public input. Otherwise, as you point out, it's going to be most likely people who have some vested interest. I agree with you. Councilmember Dan?
I was just going to say, Councilmember Allen, you give me too much credit for knowing too many people. I don't know what people are thinking. I don't. So, that's why that's so important for that we get input from outside of just me walking around and talking to people and finding out what people really want. It just gives me a level of confidence that this is what the public wants. So.
All right. Well, you know what? This wasn't a decision, Hans. It's been an interesting discussion. We might even want to. I think the whole public process, the very first step, we've had 2 or 3 ideas of how to do it, and we might want to discuss those more and have the council decide how we want to do that. That's kind of what I'm hearing. If that's what the main thing I'm taking from this discussion.
Can I make an addition comment, Mayor?
Yes.
I would love to hear from the community, the residents, the people that have a vote, that live in our town. I really don't want to hear from the industry in the next 2-3 months. I don't want to be advocated. I don't want to be, try and get a bunch of emails and meet with people. I just really hope that those that are listening tonight and will pay attention. This is about what our residents want. I don't want to hear from the industry. I know there's money to be made. We had one of them call tonight. This is not a time for them to reach out to us. Just let's let the community communicate with us and give staff the information, and let's get the pulse of the community and not get wrapped up in trying to pre-count the dollars and get convinced that it's such a marvelous decision. At a time and a place, there'll be counter arguments, and I'll bring some, that it's not a clear decision in much of the industry. There's not as much money that you think there is, and it's far more administrative heavy, law enforcement impact, and community has some adverse impacts from it. So it's not all one-sided. So let's look at both sides of this.
I would just say it's interesting, Ed, though, because would any amount of public input, whether how decisive it is, unless it goes to a vote, would convince you to be supportive of this initiative either way?
If the community says overwhelmingly that this is something that they want, they've already got probably enough votes on this council for advice. What I can offer is the fact that I live in this town, have been here for my entire life, spent 34 years in a public safety position. I know a lot of people, and I know a lot of victims and a lot of families that marijuana has destroyed their life. And I owe it to them to listen to them. So I might not change my mind, but that's okay. We're going to go through a process. And we do want to hear from the community. But I'm not going to turn my back on those people and those families that I know nearly lost their children, and many did. And marijuana is not all cookies and roses and money worth us getting involved in. So that's my value system, and it's probably not going to change, but I do want to hear from the community.
Thank you. Well, we will conclude with that and go on to our next item. We have just a few minutes left before we adjourn. And that is a request from council members Williamson and Hoffa to agendize a discussion about rent stabilization measures. And again, we're not here to discuss what rent stabilization measures that we like or don't like. I think it's the whole point is, do we want to set some time aside to discuss the subject? And so I'm going to ask Alan and Tyler just to give a very brief rationale why you would like us to agendize this without getting into the weeds as much as possible. Then we'll see where the consensus goes, if that sounds okay with you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor, for the intro to the topic and kind of giving us some guidelines here. And I echo everything that you say. I really don't want to get too deep into the weeds about the policy side of it. I have asked one of my interns, Jenna Tobin, to join us this evening. She's actually the one that did the legwork of doing the research and putting this agenda report together. She's focused on rental policies and helping me out with that space. And so, you know, out of respect for her work, I want her to be able to speak to it and make it part of her experience to actually do some public speaking here as well. So we've talked about it in advance. We're going to try to keep her to 2 minutes here to just do a quick overview of what we're looking at, and then we can take any questions. So without any further ado, Jenna, I think you are available and permitted to speak. So can you go ahead and try to test this out here?
Awesome. Yeah. Can you hear me right now?
Yep, you're good to go.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you again, Council, for letting me talk to you guys. Again, my name is Jenna, and I've had the opportunity to be an intern for Tyler this year. And just from working with Tyler, I've really gotten to see how passionate he is about helping the local community. And through conversations that he's had with local renters who make up the majority of residents here, they're definitely in need of a lot of more rental protections. So basically, we came up with a 2-part proposal to agendize these 2 topics for future discussions. And so the first, more urgent matter is to have the discussion about extending the rent freeze moratorium portion of the emergency ordinance for 3 more months to help those still affected by the coronavirus. And then also to restrict total increases for 6 months to 2% thereafter. And then also the second part is to request a study session. And so we have 3 main points of discussion for renter protection policies. The first one we decided was to create additional restrictions beyond AB 1482. And so in Monterey, with 51.8% of renters reporting cost burden housing problems, an idea that Tyler threw out there was to restrict the rent increase to the CPI annually. The second one was we thought that we should establish a rental registry to gather important data on local rental units. And then also the third is to create a council-appointed rent board to enforce rent ordinances and to hear tenant and landlord complaints. So again, like he was saying, this is just a starting place. We haven't really gotten into any finite details, but we are looking forward to having larger discussions about these protections for renters. Thank you again. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Thanks, Jenna. And that was a really nice report. You did a wonderful job. I'm very proud of you. Thanks for doing that. So I'm not sure if Councilmember Hoffa, if you want to say any comments before we take any questions, but I think Jenna covered pretty much what we were looking at here.
Yeah, just in briefly, 30 seconds. I think my concern is there's just a lot of evidence that people are still suffering due to the economy that's been impacted by COVID. And I'm really concerned we're going to have a massive eviction wave as soon as the moratorium ceases, or early in the new year, as soon as the state moratorium ceases. So I think that would have a detrimental effect on our community. So that's the main thing. But as Tyler said, we just would like to agendize these topics. We'll find out, and to find out which of them, if any, the rest of the council is interested in. Thanks.
And just to loop this up, so to be clear, the first element, we're hoping to get this to come back at the next council meeting, because the laws are going to change, particularly with the federal government, at the end of this year, and then at the end of January with the state. And so I think us doing something with an urgency ordinance at the next meeting. So I think we have to kind of spend a little bit more time kind of giving staff direction on that, so that they can bring something back to us if that's the decision of the council. And then this second piece is, all we're asking for is sometime next year for us to use one of our study sessions to have further discussion and research being presented on these various topics, policies, or anything else out there that might be of benefit, right? There's really not much protections at all as far as city policies within the city of Monterey, even though the majority of our residents are renters. So I'll leave it with that. And if there are any questions, Jenna and I can try to respond to you.
If I may jump in, the COVID-related evictions, I think that worries me a great deal as well. And so that's something I would be more than willing to look at. I would imagine the state is going to extend their moratorium. We also have a renters assistance program that's ongoing, and that might fill that need as well. So I certainly am open to taking a look at that, and that is, I think, something that's immediate. On the broader issue, it's something I'm going to educate myself on. We just had a vote that on Prop 21 that lost 58 to 42, I believe, on additional rent controls. Doesn't mean we shouldn't look at it as a city, but to me, these things are important, but not as urgent as one, getting over the COVID, and secondly, is restoring our economy and our city. When we passed Measure G, we more or less promised the voters. We didn't put it in a vote specifically, but we said this was just to solve our systemic fiscal emergency, and going forth with Measure Y, that thing. So I'm just a little reluctant until we can get COVID and get our economy back on its feet, our employees back to work, our schools open again, before I want to have our staff spend a great deal of time and money on another initiative, as important as that initiative might be. But that's where I am. But I definitely would like us to take a look and see if we do need to extend the eviction moratorium. So that's where I am now. So I'm not disagreeing with you, but in the larger context, those first two items are, to me, we have $2 million more to cut next year. And so if we're talking about having a board and registries and staff to monitor that and so on, it seems very monumental to me, and something that we want to look at later. We've just got to get back on our fiscal feet.
Well, and Mayor, I would just clarify too that the renter increase piece of it is only a portion of what we're talking about in the study session. I think it's the broader picture, right? And I think if we have conversations with renters in our community, I think that they would agree that their economy is suffering, and that also impacts us as their representatives in the city.
No, I don't disagree with that whatsoever. It's we just tasked our city with a cannabis roadmap. And do you have any idea how much time that's going to take? And then I'm just reluctant to add an additional initiative right away. That's all. Absolutely.
And I've talked to Hans about this, and I'm open to Hans chiming in too if he has any input from the staff's perspective. But in dialogue in our one-on-ones, he did express to me some concern around staff workload, and I totally acknowledge that, which is why I'm open to anytime next year. I think let's try to find time to prioritize it, because we as a council did identify housing as our number 2 priority within the city. And so let's try to find some time to do it. I don't think that it's unreasonable to say that sometime next year, one of the study sessions out of the 12 months of next year, we could find some staff resources to be able to pull some research together for us to be better educated on this subject.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we're just disagreeing. It's just a little tiny different approach. Councilmember Dan.
Why don't we start first by agreeing, or at least trying to get a consensus on the moratorium on evictions, or at least to extend that. So can Mayor, do you mind if we just find out if that is some type of a consensus with everybody?
That's fine. I'm into looking at that. How about you?
I am too. I can see that in December.
Doesn't mean we're going to pass an ordinance, but we need to see if we need to.
Just want to look at it.
Yeah.
Ed, what do you think, Ed?
So I'm thinking that we have a fast track in December. We have a meeting and one more meeting in December, correct?
Right.
Yeah, and then we're all sharing Christmas, right? And January 1st, holidays.
Right.
Then there's presidential swearing in. There's a lot of things happening this next couple of months. I think the state is going to act on this. We don't know for certain, but I don't want to duplicate something that the state is already doing. And I know it's a lot of work and staff, and we squeeze it into another meeting, and then we wind up extending this. The extension to me right now, I need more evidence, and I certainly need more information. And I don't want to do something that the state's going to wind up doing as well. And there's two sides of this. I still have a feeling in my gut and from the people I'm talking with that our property owners are really holding off on being adverse to their tenants because they want to keep their tenants there. It's too hard to get other good tenants. So I haven't heard the evidence that there's a bunch of planned evictions. There may be a few evictions in January or February after the moratorium, but they don't have a lot of stock of people that have good jobs that can pay those rents. So I just don't think that there's an urgency for a bunch of folks to evict right away.
Well, I do want to remind everyone that we do have a rental assistance program,
right,
which helps making sure that people are not evicted.
Right, and
we do have plenty of money. City manager, I believe we have plenty of money for at least the next 3 or 4 months. Is that what I've heard before, or depending on how many people apply for it?
Yeah, I think that was a question for me. I don't want to directly jump into the council discussion, but we have spent so far with today's date $410,000. So there's probably a little over $400,000 still in the bank.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So do we have a, sorry, Mayor, do we have a consensus on at least putting it on the agenda for December?
I'd like to hear from the city attorney. I think she's trying to tell us.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think there needs to just be a little bit of clarification because we're talking about very distinct topics and kind of merging them all together. So
yes.
Tenant eviction protections is one distinct topic, and rent control, whether it's temporary or permanent, is another topic. And my understanding of the request to agendize for the December meeting is to have an urgency ordinance for temporary rent control, not eviction protections. We have state law eviction protections already in place, and in fact, we're prohibited from adopting new ones until, and I can look up the date, but it may be March. So I need to confirm that. So the state law prohibits us from doing additional eviction protection. So I think I just need some clarity if I'm going to be directed to bring something back in December. What is that exactly?
I wasn't looking at the temporary rent freeze moratorium. I was looking at the eviction. That's what I thought we were.
The agenda report is speaking to rent increase, not evictions. And I think it's for that very reason. I think it's important for us to include that in the dialogue too. But given the city attorney's comments, that's why that's not included in the proposal. So that's what's being presented. That's what was proposed.
Okay, thank you for that. We should go public comment before we make a final consensus here. Is there any public comment?
We do, and the one hand raised so far is from Esther Malkin, and if you could unmute, Esther.
Yeah, hi. For starters, I really resent that anything having to do with renters ends up at the end of the agenda. It's almost 11 o'clock at night.
I know.
I mean, how many people are watching? Maybe 5. So this, this is always buried at the bottom of the agenda, and it's really not okay. So there are a couple of things that I want to address that were talked about. The governor has already said that he's not going to extend the moratorium again after January 31st. He stated that months ago. Secondly, the renter assistance program has been in place for, I don't know, since August, I believe, and only half that money has been used because the renters that were going to use it, that could qualify for it, that are still here, have already used it. So we are not going to acquire new renters that are going to come along and need that. And there's a limit to how much they can get out of the program. So to rely on that to help the people who have already been excluded from that program isn't going to work anyway. So that really shouldn't be, something to fall back on. The other thing is that's going on that, and contrary to what Ed was saying, because I don't know, Ed speaks to who Ed wants to speak to, but I hear from renters and people who are being treated differently. There are dozens of non-COVID related evictions going on right now. And I know I send you guys a lot of emails, but if you actually read them, you can see that that is not unusual. That is going on all over the country. The property management companies have a very organized way of doing what they're doing. And there is somebody in our community who we all know that is being essentially harassed by a local property management company that is listed on the city website from the last time we had some time on the agenda, which hopefully will come out with some better outcome than those voluntary guidelines that got us essentially nothing. So, acknowledging the fact that the renters are the majority of the community and that live here, we really do need to start listening to more people than the limited few that were brought to the table at that meeting, and the handful of the ones that are telling you guys repeatedly that there's not a problem. There is a problem. And again, renters are scared to death right now. They're not coming out publicly talking about this. They are afraid of retaliation, but there are non-COVID related evictions going on now. So you guys really should get a little bit more realistic perspective. Thanks.
Thanks, Esther. Thank you. And our next caller here is Scott Dick. Scott, if you could unmute yourself.
Yes. Well, there's no evidence that dozens of people are being evicted. As you probably know, as I've said before, I'm a senior mediator with the Mandel Gisnet Center for Conflict Management. The court restarted evictions on October 5th. There's been a couple of holidays since then. I think I counted up a total of 20. None of those, or maybe one or two, were in Monterey. There were several that were commercial, and they're not the three that were COVID related were ruled in favor of the defendants by the judge. She basically, there was a couple that they didn't have standing, their paperwork, the plaintiff's paperwork wasn't straight, but we mediated so many of those that gave people time. And so I'd understand where this statistic comes from, Monterey County Superior Court, that there's dozens of non-COVID related evictions happening in Monterey County. It's just not there, and I'm in court. Matter of fact, there's been 2 days in the court 13, it's called, that's the courtroom, where there were no evictions, 0. So, and that's because there was one on the schedule and that was mediated to the satisfaction of both parties. That's what mediation does. So I don't get that. It's not based in evidence. If she's talking about the rest of the state, I can't account for that. I know that there were heavier evictions down south, but not in Northern California. And the second part I'd like to be included, that's Monterey County Association of Realtors, in discussions about rent control. And there's a number of journal articles, peer-reviewed journal articles that talk about how rent control does not help the people that it's supposed to help. And I'll give you an example. In this article that was published in 2017, the effects of rent control expansion on tenants, landlords inequality from San Francisco, just 2 bullet points. We conclude that this led to a citywide rent increase of 5.1%. This has a present discounted cost of $2.9 billion to tenants. And a second bullet point is, on net, incumbent San Francisco residents appear to come out ahead, but this is at the great expense of welfare losses from future inhabitants. We discuss how the substantial welfare losses due to decreased housing supply could be mitigated if insurance against large rent increases was provided as a form of government social insurance instead of a regulated mandate on landlords. And so don't leave property owners. And I tell you, there's another statistic that 47% of landlord property owners are mom and pops.
not big institutional investors. So that's who you're talking about. And we would like to be included in that discussion. And with that, thank you very much for hanging in there, everybody, until the very late in the evening, and have a great rest of your what's left of December 1st. Thank you.
Thanks,
Scott. Yeah. Okay, that concludes public comment for our last agenda item for tonight.
Okay, good. Well, let's go back to the council then. And I'm confused. I thought we were going to talk about eviction moratoriums, and it sounds like we can't do anything anyway, according to our city attorney, until March. Is that correct?
The state law prohibits us from enacting a residential eviction moratoria related to COVID with an effective date before February 1st, 2021.
Okay. So we would have to be looking at, that would be something I'd be happy to look at in February. All the other topics, I'm just not ready to agendize those yet. So that's one.
So,
So I think we just need to see if we have 3 people who want to agendize the whole rent control discussion. And then if not, we'll pass my bedtime. And if we do, great, we'll do it.
Yeah, so may I opine in this?
Sure.
To answer your question, no, I'm not. I think the state is just recently, last year, and I don't remember the state law or the assembly bill, but it was 5% plus CPI has just started about a year ago. I'm more interested in monitoring what could potentially happen for the COVID relief. For me, that's where there's more evidence, more relevancy, and we're restricted by what we can do. And I think it's too premature to start crafting something like that. I think we do have to wait for our next meeting and monitor and see what's going to happen with the state. But I'm not ready to agendize this. There's too many moving parts. I'm not very certain what the ask is here. I'm not in favor of rent control. The state already has rent control. I want to continue monitoring the COVID relief, and I want to encourage the public, for those that do qualify, to seek the relief with the available money that is there in the balance to stretch out some more time. It's a tough road for occupants, as well as the property owners and the mom and pops, for a lot of people in our town that rely on a little bit of the income that comes from the rents. That is their retirement. So there are plenty of victims in our community, but I'm not ready to agendize this.
Okay.
No, neither am I, for the same, not those same reasons, but I just think that we're putting a lot on the staff right before the holidays, and at the same time with other items that are on the plate. But I definitely do want to talk about it later, but not in 2 weeks. At least the temporary renter freeze.
I'm actually like really disappointed because the renter community, that is the majority of our population, is not going to be satisfied with a council of all males homeowners making a decision to say, let's just wait and see. Who cares what you're going through right now? We don't want to deal with whatever it is that you're dealing with. And that's exactly what we're saying by not even having the willingness to have the conversation. We're not even discussing whether or not we want to move forward with this. All we're saying is let's have it up for debate. Let's have that conversation. And you're saying that you're not even willing to do that. Let me just finish, please. This is also in the middle of a pandemic, when we're potentially forcing people into a situation where they're going to have to move out of their home because they can't afford it. We're going to be putting people on the street. We're going to be putting people to move in with other people and congregating more people into a home in the middle of a pandemic that's peaking and seeing the highest numbers that we've seen throughout the entire pandemic, in the middle of winter. and this disproportionately affects communities of color. This disproportionately affects people in poverty. This disproportionately affects women, which, by the way, is this pandemic, this economic recession is being seen as the economic recession that mostly affects women. This disproportionately affects households with children in it. So we may not, some of you may not be in dialogue or in communication with people that live in our city that come from these communities, but they exist. These people are real. I'm extremely disappointed that we're not even willing to have that discussion.
I can understand that, Tyler. I get that. I get your frustration. But on the other hand, though, I'm not hearing, or maybe I'm just not in the loop of how many people are getting their rents raised. Did you have that
conversation are you going out there having with renters?
Do you have that figure, Councilman Tyler?
How comfortable do you think renters feel coming to an elected official and saying, "Hey, go on record and share my information"? How many conversations are you having with renters? Are you intentionally going out and reaching out to that community?
I let you speak. Now let me speak, please. I'm asking the staff, in order for me to put this on the agenda, I need the staff to have some data in front of me to tell me how many property owners are raising the rents at this time. I need to have that information before I can make the decision. So,
and you know what? One of the elements of the second part, which is having the study session and having the rental registry, we would be able to gather that data, but we can't. Staff couldn't tell you that because right now it's a free for all. There's no way of knowing.
Tyler, if I may, I'd like to appreciate your passion, but let's make sure everyone is able to speak as passionately as you are and has their turn, please. Alan?
Yeah, first of all, I appreciate everybody's comments. With respect to Councilman Dan's question, I did want to highlight what Tyler was just saying, which is that one of the and I'm not sure that I'm not sure. I would like to have the conversation, but whether or not I support a rental registry, I don't know. Whether or not I would support any kind of additional rent control beyond the state, what the state's doing, I don't know. I'm open to the conversation. But the rental registry, that's part of what it would do, is answer that specific question, Dan, which is right now we have no clue. We have some information we get from industry representatives, but we really don't have any independently verified objective information on like what are rents, how much are they being increased, who's moving in, who's being moved out. That's one of the benefits of a rental registry, is we would actually have that information and it would be paid for by by landlords who have properties above a certain number. So it wouldn't cost the city anything, but we would have that information. So anyway, I hear everybody's concerns. I hear Tyler's passion, but what I do hear is a consensus around the idea that if the state doesn't take action to protect people from eviction, that is something we do want to take up. And I think we don't want to have a gap between what the state's doing and what we might do. So that's what I hear. And so I hope the staff hears that too. It sounds like that would go into effect in February. So maybe sometime in January, early February, we would have that conversation. Thanks, everyone.
I just want to end with my comments on that. I'm not quite sure what we would accomplish in 2 weeks with the same conversation we're having tonight. I'm not sure what we. That's the only reason I'm saying, Tyler. I would love to talk about temporary rent freeze. I have no problem talking about that. It's just I just don't know what we get accomplished in 2 weeks. That's all. I mean, we can have a conversation, which is fine, but we won't make a decision. I don't think we could.
Well, I mean, that's up to us to decide whether or not we want to make the decision. I mean, we've already given staff direction in the past to put in the eviction moratorium language regarding a rent freeze. So it's not like we're actually going to be putting much work on the staff, giving them direction to do much work, because it's the foundation of it already exists. All that matters at this point is if there's the political will on the council to do it. I don't think that the majority of our residents want to hear excuses about how long it might take us for us to come to a decision. They voted for us to come here and make decisions that are in their best interest. And so, you know, I apologize if you felt like you were attacked, and I wasn't trying to attack you. I am passionate about this situation, and it's just frustrating that we can't even have the dialogue. It's just, I mean, you said you're willing to have the conversation, but we're stalemating it. And even if it was, let's do it over the next 2 years to have this study session, the second piece of this, that's not even being proposed. All you guys are saying is, nope, I don't want to talk about it right now. So that's what you're telling the voters, and that's what you're telling the residents.
Tyler, with all due respect, I did feel attacked. When someone says they're disappointed in me, that's an attack. I don't know any other way to say it. That's not something that so I just share that with you. And I know you didn't mean it, but that's the way I felt. Secondly, I'd love to have this discussion you're talking about in the next year or so. There's a lot of pros and cons about rent control. There's evidence that it actually drives up rents because a landlord says, oh, rent control's around the corner. I'm going to raise my rent and I'm not going to take care of my building. 53% of the voters in Monterey voted against Prop 21, which would have extended more local control for rent control. 53%. So again, this is a huge subject. Why don't we do this? I think there's consensus about potential eviction moratorium if the state doesn't act. Let's have our staff come back with that. And then secondly, I would like more information about how a rental registry works. Maybe Alan or cities that have them, inform me. How do they work? How do you pay for it? How much time does it take? Give me some more information, and let's that would be good. It would then we can go ahead and talk about this at a study session sometime next year. I'm not against that, but right now I'd like us to focus on. Let's make sure we don't have any people evicted if the state doesn't act. So that's where I think I hear the consensus going, unless someone hears it differently.
Mayor, I would just like to clarify. I apologize to you if you feel like I was attacking you, but me saying I'm disappointed in you all for the lack of inaction doesn't mean that I'm attacking. In my opinion, I don't think that means I'm attacking you. I'm being honest, and I'm reflecting with you my feelings towards the situation. If a parent tells a child that they're disappointed in them, they're not attacking their child. They're trying to guide them and let them know that a behavior that they're doing isn't appropriate. So that's the opinion that I come from it. I'm just a human being like the rest of you. I have the right to have an opinion. And then you make a statement that you're willing to have this conversation next year, but yet we can't even bring it to a vote. Now we're going to have to bring, if you're willing to have this conversation, then we're going to bring it back to have the same conversation, to bring it for a vote for us to have the conversation later, as opposed to just making that decision tonight. And there's no willingness to do that. So
Tyler, let me tell you, as a parent and a grandparent, when I said I was disappointed in my kids, it was their behavior and who they were. That's just a different way of looking at it. All right, so am I clear on the consensus? We want to have our staff come back, and if the state doesn't act, that we're ready to adopt an emergency ordinance with respect to COVID-related evictions. And then I think if we can have more information about what was presented tonight, and then we can again have this discussion. And as I said, let's think about a study session sometime in the mid future. That's I think what I'm hearing.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Part of the reason that I don't want to act on this tonight is there's not enough information in what's here, nor is there going to be enough coming to me in 2 weeks. And I hear your passion and I accept your apology. And at 11 o'clock at night, it's not the right time to try and do what you're trying to do with not enough details. And oh, by the way, Berkeley is misspelled in the staff report. We're a city of 28,500 people. The cities you're citing as examples are very much larger. So if we're going to have a conversation about rent control, I don't want to compare us to San Jose and Richmond and San Francisco. Let's get to the village of Monterey and look at Monterey's needs and what works for Monterey. And what doesn't resonate with me is when we're talking about creating another infrastructure and in the middle of our pandemic, in the middle of our crisis, in the middle of vast shortages in our budget, as well as staff that is, we're loading them up and it's all about the work plan. We have to be judicious and accurate with what we do. And I don't make decisions on policy lightly. I need evidence. And I think what we're asking for is, let's take the time to get that evidence. Let's see what the state's going to do. For me, I think I've identified my priority is to pay attention to COVID relief and protect those that lost their jobs in COVID. I'm not interested in creating a new system that subrogates what the state has already given us. Willing to look at the COVID relief moratorium to help those that are hurting the most, not creating a whole bunch of new systems at a time when we have to be careful with our own resources in the city of Monterey. And that's just my opinion at 11:15, which is actually 2:15 on the East Coast.
That's true.
So I just want to say, this is falling in with the parameters of what we established when we set up how we're supposed to go about agendizing things as council members. So it goes on during council comments. So if it shows up at 11 o'clock at night, that's the work that we have in front of us, because that's what we were elected to do. And we decided it was going to be 350 words, I think was the limit on agenda reports. So I can't put a ton of information in the report. And this isn't the time for us to make a policy decision. We're just deciding whether or not we want to agendize something to make that policy decision.
I don't want to make a policy decision in 2 weeks, Tyler.
Clearly.
Well, I mean, if it disappoints you, I'm sorry, but there's 5 of us and we all have our vote, we all have our opinion, and we're all passionate about a lot of the same things. It doesn't mean that we don't care the same.
Okay.
And it doesn't mean that we're not talking to the community and listening to the concerns. And believe me, I've got relationships in the community just like we all do, and they all talk to us, and that helps to fill us with some clarity. But at some points, while we're making these decisions, we have to operate in ambiguity. And right now, I don't see anything in here that's going to drive me for 2 weeks to be able to be ready and expect staff to come back and produce something that will be quality moving forward. We may get there in 3 weeks. We may do that in January, but not in 2 weeks. That's just me.
Well, I'll just end with, I appreciate you all staying 20 minutes after when the time the meeting was supposed to be over. I know that this is a little bit beyond, and I'll add a point that I think that this tension and this friction is good. If we're not getting to this point where we're kind of finding those spaces, we're not doing the work that we need to be doing. So anyways, I appreciate you all even considering it. Thank you.
Well, my wife had a very good, and she's been asleep for a long time. She's the only one with any sense. And the dog.
Yeah.
Gracie sat through this whole thing, but she calls it creative conflict. Isn't that a good word? And in all of our relationships, there's times that we're going to be passionate and disagree, but it's creative conflict, and it makes us move. You've given me a lot to think about, and I look forward to that. And we'll have one-on-one discussions too as well. So thank you for that. And I quite honestly think council comments and city manager reports,
Mr.
unless
Mayor,
there's something urgent.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I knew it.
I
Yes, Hans.
apologize. You need to take a vote on that item, please. And I would also ask you to consider to put a motion forward to task staff back to come with specifics back to you by the end of January or February. But you have to take a vote first, please, about the request by the two council members.
If I may jump in on that, I thought that was just, we were supposed to take a consensus, not a vote. When we discussed how this item was going to be done, how it was agendized, I thought, at least that was my intent, was just to get a consensus. We were not voting. That's what I thought, but maybe I was wrong.
No, and I asked the city attorney to help me out here, but usually motion is made and is supported by the majority of the council then to agendize the item.
I think a motion provides clarity because I've been listening to the conversation. I think there's maybe one or two different directions. Maybe there's a agreement to have a study session in the future with all of those items that were listed, including rent control, and then separately a direction to come back prior to the February expiration with a potential eviction moratorium. So motions do help give us that specificity for knowing what we're supposed to do. When it's consensus, sometimes like this, there could be miscommunication.
All right, well,
I'll try a motion. I think how about this? My motion would be that sometime in the next 2 months prior to the state's eviction moratorium ending, that council would take up the issue of extending an eviction moratorium. And secondly, that sometime in the next year, a study session be dedicated to the issue of renter protections.
I second that.
Here we have a motion and a second. Roll call.
This is just the way I already had it written out, Tyler. Councilmember Williamson?
Yes.
She gave you a warning this time. You were coming first.
Councilmember Albert?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa?
Yes.
And Mayor Roberson?
Yes. Alan, why didn't you do that an hour ago?
You all were having a constructive, what did Dottie say? Constructive.
Creative conflict.
Creative conflict. So that was good.
Yeah. So unless anyone has some just absolute council comments that you want to share, or Hans, the city manager, comments that we need to update, are we all okay of congratulating each other, appreciating each other, and calling it a night? Dan?
I just want to mention one thing, 10 seconds, and
Yeah.
that is I'd like to thank City Clerk Clementine for all the hard work she did during the election. All the updates we got, the emails we got. I really appreciate all the hard work you did. That was the only thing.
Thank you.
About that.
That's great.
Thank you for saying that. It's really a privilege. Thanks.
Anyone else with a 10 or 15 second snippet?
Yes.
10 or
Yes, Ed.
15 seconds, Ed.
Yes, okay. Stop talking so I can get it. 1770 to 2020, 250 years. Just think of the history that this city has gone through. And we as a council, I say we as a council, and I'll take the privilege, that we believe our best years are yet to come. And thank you for the community in 2020 as it's winding down. But thank you all, and congratulations, Alan, Dan, and Mr. Mayor. Congratulations on your elections, and we're glad you're still on the team.
Thank you. Alan, anything else? And Tyler, anything else? Okay. Hans, anything else?
No, sir. The one thing that I wanted to mention was that we have now 150 people signed up for rent control this week alone, 36, and we are
Rental assistance, you mean?
and we are at $415,000 spent right now. So that's all what I wanted to share.
Okay. All right. With that, have a great night, everybody.